Давай ще на себе. Steve Smith from Aberystwyth. From Aberystwyth. Religious theories. That's true. Probably not. Yes, in Delhi. I'm assuming that it's
Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, Mr. Duncan Ross, Chief Data Officer, Times Higher Education, my colleague Paddy, Professor Padmanabhan, Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, the founding Vice Chancellor of the JGU, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you for the G20 Universities Impact Summit on the theme of implementing SDGs and beyond. I don't want to stand between you and the chief guest and the others, but I will just make a couple of points. One, we are going to have a United Nations Sustainable Development Summit on the 19th and 20th of September in New York, on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly. They will be releasing the UN SDG report 2023. The last one was released in 2019. We've got hold of an advanced version of the report. The final report will come out on 18th, 19th of September, but it makes very somber reading. We have not been on course to achieve any of these SDGs. The UN Secretary General feels that half of the world has been left behind And this will sound like an epitaph for the world if governments don't get their acts together. So that is the SDG front. So I personally think this conference is extremely timely because we are on the halfway mark of the journey towards 2030. 2015 is when SDGs was established. 2030 is when we were supposed to achieve the SDGs. This is the halfway mark, and the UN Secretary General has a warning for all of us. That is as far as SDGs is concerned. On the issue of education, it will come as no surprise to any of you, since all of you are experts, at least most of you are experts, that education faces a triple crisis, which is dramatic. There is a crisis of inclusion, there is a crisis of quality, and there is a crisis of relevance. We will get into some of these issues during the panel discussions, but I think for the time being, I wanted to leave you with this uncomfortable thought that in both SDGs and education, we have a crisis looming, which is why I think seminars like this one are extremely important. It's wonderful we have the Honorable Minister of State for Education. So without much ado, I've raised uncomfortable questions. That's my job. I leave it to the experts to actually come up with answers, but I look forward to the proceedings of today, and a very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Dr. C. Raj Kumar, the founding Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University, to deliver the welcome address.
Very, very good morning to all of you. This particular summit is happening at a very important time. I was telling Dr. Pankaj Mittal that we can actually easily believe that the entire Delhi city has been decorated for this summit that we're having today. It's happening right the week before, or a couple of days before, the big G20 event that India will be hosting. So I have great pleasure in welcoming all of you to this Universities Impact Summit, implementing the Sustainable Development Goals and beyond under the G20 ambit. I want to express my sincere thanks and gratitude and appreciation to the Times Higher Education World University Rankings, the head of which Mr. Phil Beatty is joining us from London. It's pretty early in the day. As some of you know, Phil Beatty is the Chief Global Affairs Officer of Times Higher Education. We have with us physically present Mr. Duncan Ross, the Chief Data Officer of Times Higher Education. Thank you to both Phil and Duncan, and also THE for collaborating with us and doing this summit here in India, literally in the few days before the culmination of India's G20 presidency in New Delhi. I also want to express my sincere appreciation to Shri Muralidharan, the Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs, Government of India, who will be delivering the presidential address. Unfortunately, he is not physically present because of the obvious reasons of India's presidency and the work associated with G20, but we are grateful to him. I also want to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Secretary of the Association of Indian Universities, who's our partner, collaborator, and somebody who has been deeply engaged on issues relating to higher education, policy, governance, regulation, as well as universities. Lastly, I have great pleasure in welcoming our distinguished chief guest and our guest of honor today, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Minister of Education, Government of India. Dr. Sarkar is a distinguished academic, a thought leader, somebody who has worked very thoughtfully in improving the quality of education, but also who's deeply connected to the world of universities in general. Dr. Sarkar is passionate about education, and one example of his passion for education and universities is that as a part of his commitments both to the government and to the party, he's supposed to be in the state of West Bengal for the last several weeks and the next few weeks as well. But he chose to come only to be with us. He came in yesterday and will be returning back to West Bengal today. So I want to express my deepest gratitude, Dr. Sarkar, for accepting our invitation. It speaks volumes about your personal passion, commitment, and dedication to the cause of higher education and universities. I will keep it short because we have many more speakers to come, but I just want to mention a few things. One is that while the larger imagination for G20 is happening and has been happening since India took over the presidency in the Indian context, and the next few weeks and months will culminate into several high-level delegations, including the heads of states and heads of governments landing in India. But one of the things that we need to recognize, and we don't recognize it adequately, is the role of universities and higher education institutions. That is the context in which we have all assembled today here. I would like to extend a warm welcome to many vice chancellors of universities in the National Capital Region and beyond, deans of various schools, professors, heads of departments, counselors, teachers, and others who are present here, because the role of universities is so significant when it comes to both implementing the SDGs, but also to be imaginative and creative about the need for galvanizing intellectual and social consciousness towards advancing the cause of sustainable development goals. I think it is only fair to say that a country like India, which has 1.45 billion people and has become the world's largest country in terms of population, the most important part of that is the fact that over 950 million people in India who are less than 35 years of age. When most parts of the Western world will become older, when most parts of Eastern world, including China and Japan, will become older, India will be younger and will be younger for a longer time. Young Indians, I believe, will be shaping the future of India and the future of the world. This extraordinary opportunity of a demographic dividend that we have in India can only achieve its true success if we are able to build a new imagination, a new perspective, a new approach towards implementing the Sustainable Development Goals, and that has to begin in universities and higher education institutions. The second reason why we need to take the role of universities and higher education institutions far more seriously is the fact that universities work in the realm of ideas. Ideas that can shape the future of the world, ideas that can challenge status quo, ideas that can give new perspectives and thought processes, ideas that can provide evidence for research, ideas that can persuade people. So it is the heart of universities that actually some of those big ideas that are going to emerge. And many aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals can effectively be met if we can recognize the role of universities far more seriously and far more impactful than what we have done in the past. The third reason why universities ought to be at the vanguard of this effort is that universities are unique institutions. I have always maintained that universities, unlike government organizations, think tanks, research institutions, non-governmental organizations, and other organizations, including corporations, companies, business enterprises, universities encompass all these imaginations into a single institution. And that makes universities' role in many ways multidimensional, but more importantly, it has a wider sense of stakeholdership in which every aspect of society has an important stake in what universities do. And that's why this role that universities have in promoting sustainable development goals is so critical. The next aspect of why universities have a big role to play is that it needs to be recognized that universities are interdisciplinary in nature. Interdisciplinarity of the work of universities mean that we need to recognize how universities are able to work across multiple disciplines. The nature of the Sustainable Development Goals is such that it is not confined to a single discipline. SDGs are, by its very nature, multidisciplinary in its implementation, in its vision, in its imagination, and most importantly, in its capacity to contribute to public good. That aspect of what SDGs do is best captured by what universities can do, and that's why this collaboration, this partnership between what universities can and should be doing and what SDGs need to be, how we should achieve and fulfill the SDGs is absolutely important. Lastly, I want to say that we are very fortunate that we have been able to have this particular meet today. We'll be releasing the Times Higher Education's report shortly. But as we do that, I also want to mention that this event today is part of a... Can you fix this mic, please? The effort that we are doing today is part of an effort to build collaboration between institutions beyond the partnering and collaborating institutions of this summit itself. I'm happy to report that several universities are represented in the audience today, and I hope that the next panel discussions that we have in the course of the next 2 sessions will create opportunities for further discussions, debates surrounding the effort to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals. I also want to mention that we are very fortunate that you're all visiting here. This is our own facility. The JGU International Academy that we established at Taj Mahal Hotel was part of an effort to create an intellectual forum, an opportunity for people to come together, to be able to discuss ideas, to be able to have opportunities for people to debate and deliberate on big issues of our time. The vision of the center is essentially called a private space for fostering public good, in alignment with the vision of the university, which is a private university for promoting public service. With those words, I would like to once again extend my heartiest welcome to all of you. Congratulations to the Association of Indian Universities, Times Higher Education, also our partnering organization, which Mohan represents as a colleague of mine, where we have established the Jindal Global Center for G20 Studies, a newly established center to mark the importance of G20 studies that will transcend India's presidency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Mr. Phil Beatty, who is the Chief Global Affairs Officer for Times Higher Education United Kingdom, to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you very much indeed to the Honourable Ministers of State for inaugurating this gathering, and thank you to the Association of Indian Universities, and of course to Raj Kumar and his team at OP Jindal University, great friends of Times Higher Education, for making this event possible. I'm really honoured to speak at this prestigious event. I'm very, very sorry I can't be there in person, but I'm delighted that Times Higher Education is very, very well represented indeed in the room, not least with Duncan Ross, who will be sharing some very, very important new research with you today. So it's been said that a great reckoning is coming. We've been talking about this idea of a reckoning in global higher education for a while now. It comes from a comment made to Times Higher Education by Fernando Ramirez, the Harvard professor and a member of the UNESCO Commission on the Futures of Education. He told Times Higher Education, in recent decades, the public and politicians are increasingly asking, what good do universities do for society? Who do universities serve? He went on, I think this is causing a reckoning within the higher education community, perhaps comparable in significance to the reckoning that led to the last major transformation of the university after the Second World War. That was, of course, the great era of expansion of higher education and widening access, particularly in the Western world. Now, I chaired a debate about this idea of the reckoning at the GSV summit in San Diego last year with a group of university presidents, including Arizona State University President Michael Crow. Crow warned that universities had lost touch with the public. They were seen as elitist and aloof. They were failing to demonstrate to the public that they exist to make the world a better place. Joy Johnson, the president of Simon Fraser University in Vancouver, she agreed. She said the reckoning is coming. We all recognize that we have obligations to serve the public good, she said. A number of the social dynamics that are happening, inequities, and the pandemic has shone a light on, issues relating to racism. She said it's time for us to think how we can use our infrastructure and resources for public good. So Johnson referenced the pandemic, she referenced inequality and racism, but of course, global society faces many, many other risks and indeed existential threats, as we heard in those powerful introductory remarks. We have mounting geopolitical division, of course, in Europe. We have an ugly war. We're facing the collapse of trust in institutions. Most alarming of all, I'd suggest, the climate crisis. which we are feeling much more directly, from the extreme flooding in southern Asia to the devastating wildfires across Europe, and of course recently in Hawaii and other parts of the United States. So at Times Higher Education, we know that universities are key to addressing these global grand challenges. Summarising this perhaps most succinctly of all, Claire Pollock, the provost at Western Sydney University, she told a Times Higher Education Summit last year, yes, we educate, yes, we do research, but if we're not making an impact and making a difference, then we're not fulfilling the goal of our existence. So this is where Times Higher Education, I think, has the great honour of playing a supporting and a facilitating role. We're here to help university leaders and faculty and governments to ensure they really can deploy the wonderful resources and wisdom in universities to make a difference. So we were founded in 1971 to provide insights and intelligence to global higher education. Times Higher Education has, of course, been publishing the famous World University Rankings since 2004. And indeed, India's universities are making increasingly strong and welcome inroads in that ranking. But the world rankings capture more traditional scholarly impact, focused on world-class research institutions with high volumes of research activity, usually wealthier, with rich histories and high reputations. And I have to admit, often concentrated in the global north and the Western world. So at Times Higher Education, we wanted to deploy our data expertise to better capture and report the impact that universities make, the difference they make, their social and economic impact, the public good beyond pure scholarly excellence. We wanted to get past the traditional and narrow ways to measure excellence, for example, through research citations or reputation or exclusivity. We wanted to capture the extraordinarily rich and diverse ways that universities make a difference. So we wanted to create a pioneering ranking of impact, the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings. It's a huge challenge. Universities make a difference in so many ways, from transforming an individual's life through education to helping shape policy, to driving the economy, to enhancing our cultural life, making groundbreaking, world-changing discoveries that universities are uniquely placed to make. So it was Duncan, THE's Chief Data Officer, who's with you there right now. He developed a unique and a powerful framework to achieve this, to capture and celebrate universities' impact on the world. And what he did, which was really revolutionary as far as I'm concerned, was to build a ranking on university impact around the framework of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So the goals themselves were mapped to what higher education can do to deliver the goals. So what better way to capture all the remarkable, expansive, multifaceted ways that universities can and do make the world a better place through the broad and, as Raj said earlier, the interrelated, multidisciplinary framework of all of the 17 goals. You know, the SDGs cover issues from eradicating poverty to supporting decent work and economic growth, to providing clean water, driving greater social mobility, promoting, of course, environmentalism and protecting our planet from the climate crisis, right through to promoting peace and justice. So as Nancy Rothwell, president of Manchester University, puts it, we believe that universities exist for the public benefit. Universities are here to address the big questions and challenges facing our world, and there's no better framework for this than the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which apply to all countries and all sectors of society. So at Times Higher Education, we know that universities are absolutely fundamental, vital to the success of delivering the goals. Through their teaching, of course, that teach the next generation of socially conscious leaders, through their research, creating that new knowledge and new technologies to tackle the world's shared global challenges, through their outreach, their work with governments, with NGOs, with businesses, and of course through the stewardship of their own affairs, the treatment of their faculty and staff, the management of their campus estates and resources. So Duncan built the impact rankings on these four aspects: teaching, research, outreach, and stewardship, and you'll hear much more about that later on. So the rankings capture existing impact to help give that proper recognition and reward They highlight and publicize good practice to be shared with others to learn from. They provide an entirely unique global database, a new evidence base to inform policymakers and to help universities and help ensure universities' work to change our world for the better is properly supported. So today, Times Higher Education is delighted that the data behind the impact rankings has been used to explore the evidence and to create a new policy resource. Duncan is there, of course, with you to present his new report, Higher Education's Role in Advancing the SDGs in the G20, Progress and Opportunities. And that's exactly why we wanted to create the impact rankings, to inform decision making, to help inspire, drive, encourage change, to induce, of course, some self-criticism and self-reflection, but most of all, to provide the intelligence, the insights, and the tools that can help make sure that universities are ready to face their reckoning with real confidence, conviction, and vision, and as Claire Pollock would say, to truly fulfill the goal of their existence. So thank you very much indeed for having Times Higher at this amazing event, and we are thrilled to share our data with you. And I'm delighted to stop talking now and pass the baton to the next speaker. And I invite you all to really enjoy today, but also come away with practical, strong ideas to make sure that universities are delivering and fulfilling their mission. Thank you so much indeed for your time.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Duncan Ross, the Chief Data Officer for Times Higher Education, to deliver the special address.
Thank you very much. You can see I am the one person this room was not designed for. Can I start by thanking Raj for his kind invitation and support in setting this up, and the Honourable Minister for his presence here. Friends, if I may call you that, it gives me great privilege to be here to launch this report that looks at both the progress that universities have been making over the last few years, but also highlights some of the challenges that I think need to be addressed over the next 1 or 2 years as part of our attempts to move forward in delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals. This report came about specifically because of a meeting we had here, was it in May? It was in May. And Raj and I and various other people were discussing India's key role as president of the G20 and how universities, how higher education could support that and provide insight for that. And it occurred to me whilst we were doing that actually within Times Higher Education, within the impact rankings, we had a set of data about universities within the G20. And that perhaps that data would give us some interesting insights into what the G20 in particular and what its universities were doing. And so we took that. It turns out if we exclude universities that are in the G20 because they're part of the European Union, which kind of adds a whole load more universities, but if you just look at those who are in member states, who are individual member states, there are 749 universities providing data to the impact rankings. That's a lot. That's a lot of higher education to analyse. And some of the things we see when we look at those universities is that they reflect the needs of their countries. And we'll see that when you read the report. One of the things you'll notice is that universities aren't a monolith. A university here in Delhi does not necessarily have the same focus as a university in London or a university in Washington, DC, or a university in Canberra. Universities flex. They address the SDGs in the way that makes the most sense for their communities. That's a really positive thing to learn. And we know this because universities have committed themselves to measure. Now, there are many different ways within the world that we can measure progress against the SDGs. Within Agenda 2030 itself, of course, we have the concept of voluntary reviews. And nations are creating these voluntary reviews. Now, a voluntary review is something that can be done not just by nations, but also by universities. Voluntary university reviews are a real and powerful tool when it comes to measuring your institutions. They allow you to build a detailed analysis based on your own metrics, your own understanding of your institutions. But they take a lot of time, they take a lot of effort. They are resource intensive. And the impact rankings, whilst much simpler, and whilst being designed to provide a level playing field, give a route towards that measurement. They allow you to measure yourself in a way that is perhaps simpler, but they also allow you to compare yourselves with other institutions, and that itself is quite useful and quite powerful. And we've seen more and more universities participate in the impact rankings. We grew from 541 universities in our first year back in 2019 to 1,705 universities this year, and we hope to grow that even more. That commitment to measurement on behalf of universities is the first learning from the report. The second is the increasing engagement. Higher education has come to understand that it plays a key role. As Raj said, for many reasons, higher education has a vital and key role to play in delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals. Later on this afternoon, I'll also look at some of the other aspects of the role that universities can play. The impact that universities are making as well is something that can't be underestimated. Now, one thing that I do want to touch on here is we often think about the research input of universities, and that's critical. We think about the educational input of universities. That's also vital. It's great to see some young people here in the audience, by the way. So take this away. You know, we've made a mess of the world. It's your job to sort it out. Hopefully we can help you go on the way a little bit. The third thing we need to think about, though, is how universities look after the resources they have. Those resources include the physical lands that you're built on, the rivers, the seas around you, but it also includes the people who work in and around the university, the human resource, and the students. These are your responsibility too. Your stewardship extends to them. And the final thing that universities often forget is that they are economically important. As the Minister will know, higher education is a big sector in the economy of all the G20 nations. It's about 1.7% of gross world product. That economic power must be used as well. If universities choose to move to a zero carbon future, that in turn will create the economic conditions that will allow more organisations, more companies, etc., to continue along that route. Because you can put pressure on the power generators, you can put pressure on parts of society, on companies to be more green, to be more focused on the SDGs. Briefly then, what are the opportunities and challenges? The first one is around the research we do as universities. Is that appropriately focused across all SDGs? And as you'll see from the report, the answer is no. Some SDGs have more research done than others. SDG 3, by far the most. SDG 3 is good health and well-being. It covers medicine, we would expect that. Sadly, one of the SDGs with the least research done on it is SDG 1, no poverty. We need to take concrete steps to address that imbalance. If nothing else, because how can we address good health and well-being if we don't also address poverty? So many aspects of health are related to income, related to poverty. And it's a challenge not just for universities, but for those who fund universities. How can we ensure that funds are directed to the right research? The second thing that we can do is we can look at building strong and effective partnerships. Identifying from the strategic priorities of different universities and different countries which SDGs to focus on and where we can make links. And the G20 gives us an opportunity to do that. It gives us a framework within which we can operate. Those partnerships are not one way. They are absolutely not one way, because often we see an imbalance between the countries which have the need and the countries which have the expertise. But often the countries with the need have really important insights into what actually works. We don't need situations where people from the global north come in and tell countries in the global south, this is how you should do things, without listening, without understanding what the realities are on the ground. And the final opportunity is one for governments. So I address this to the Honourable Minister to a degree. How can governments make the most of their universities and actually build on this expertise, bring it in not just to the higher education ministries, not just to the education ministries, but make sure that all of government is aware of this brilliant resource that is available to be used to drive forward the SDGs. My final word then, before I hand on to the next speaker, is to say that there is one final challenge. It's not in the report, but it is coming up soon. As we heard in the rather depressing but necessary opening comments, we're more than halfway towards the end of Agenda 2030, and we will not achieve the goals. So what happens next? Does the calendar change, the end of 2030 to 2031, and we just stop? No, of course not. We move ahead. We will have new goals. I was lucky enough to talk to Ban Ki-moon earlier this year. He said the likelihood is that we will have the same 17 goals in the sense that the same 17 topics. But that the targets that we have within those goals need to be updated to reflect progress we have made and challenges yet to come. It's my dream that universities, that higher education can play more of a role in designing and defining those targets for the next set of the goals. That our expertise, our wisdom, the research that's being done, the insights from the students themselves, all of these can be a factor in designing the new targets, stronger targets that can drive the world forward to hopefully a sustainable future. With that, thank you so much for listening to me. Do read the report. Do criticise the report, because that's part of scholarship as well. And I appreciate these are only my insights. Come back to us with ideas. Help move the discussion forwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite the Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, to deliver the special address.
Thank you, and a very good morning to all of you. The Honorable Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkarji, who is very committed to the cause of higher education. The dynamic and visionary Vice Chancellor of Jindal, Dr. Rajkumar. Dr. Duncan Ross, the Chief Data Officer of Times. Dr. Ramanujam, Dr. Mohan Kumar, the Vice Chancellors from various universities who are here. Dr. Nazma, I am able to see Dr. Thaplial is here. From Chitkara, she's there, and all the faculty members and students of Jindal. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Jindal Global University, Professor Raj especially, for inviting me here and collaborating with AIU for this very, very important summit, which is G20 Universities Impact Summit, and then on a very, very important theme, which is implementing SDGs and beyond. We all know that why SDGs are important. We all know about the global warming. We all know the impacts of global warming, wherein the glaciers are melting, where the water levels are increasing, where there are visible changes in the patterns, where there are visible changes in the agriculture, genetics, everything. And that is why SDGs came into being in 2015 with a goal to sort of fulfill 17 SDGs by 2030. And these 17 SDGs had 169 targets and 247 indicators. So this is what all the countries have to fulfill by 2030, which was jointly agreed to. India's position in implementation of SDGs is not very, very rosy, although we are improving over time. If you see the ranking of India in implementation of SDGs, SDG index, which they call, in 2020, it was 117 ranking I'm talking about. 21, it fell to 120, 22, it fell to 121, but luckily, it rose to 112 in 23. So right now, our position in 2023 is 112 out of the 193 nations which are which are implementing the SDGs. So that is not a very rosy picture, and therefore we at Association of Indian Universities felt that implementation of SDGs is not only the prerogative of the government or the autonomous bodies or the central or the state government, it is also the prerogative of the universities. And when we say universities, it is not only SDG 4, which relates to quality education, all the 17 SDGs. That means all the 17 SDGs, the universities can contribute towards its implementation. Therefore, last year, we devoted one full year in terms of many conferences on how to implement SDGs and how higher education institutions can contribute in realizing these SDGs. And the result of all these 6 conferences was this report, which you can see, Building a Sustainable Future, realizing UN SDGs through HEIs, that how HEIs can contribute in realizing the SDGs, not only SDG 4, but all the 17 SDGs. There are many recommendations in this report. This report is available on the AIU website. I will speak about some of the recommendations which are indicated here, that how higher education institutions can help implementing the SDGs. Some recommendations for the government are also there, which also I will speak. So first and foremost recommendation, I mean, Duncan Ross is talking about the rankings, like how the impact rankings are the rankings which are like how much the universities have implemented the SDGs. But ranking will only come once the SDGs are implemented. Therefore, I am talking about how the SDGs can be implemented in the universities. Some of the recommendations I am talking about, for example, number 1, the universities can incorporate SDG-related courses, curriculum and awareness programs, including specific degrees, diplomas, major, minors and electives. So if it forms a part of the curriculum of the universities, the SDGs, how to implement them, like all the 17 SDGs, not only SDG 4, I think it can cut an ice. Then HEIs on their own campuses, they should start monitoring their carbon footprinting and adopt sustainable policy, clean technologies to become carbon neutral campus. And by because we have to implement SDGs by 2030, so we can take a pledge, all the higher education institutions, that by 2030 we'll be making our campuses carbon neutral. So if we do that, of course, we'll be contributing a lot in implementing the SDGs. Third, not only within the campuses, higher education institutions can propagate these learnings to 8 to 10 nearby towns and villages and help them become carbon neutral. So university campuses can become carbon neutral. The spaces around the university campuses can become carbon neutral, and that is something which the universities can do. They can even make some MOOCs courses in local languages, vernacular languages, so that the public outside the university, the people outside the university, they know how to make it carbon neutral. Fourth, HEIs can have dedicated infrastructure for yoga, meditation and counseling to boost the physical and mental health, which is very easy and many of them are doing it. Fifth, higher education institutions can meet 100% of its water and energy needs through initiatives such as water recycling, solar energy production, rainwater harvesting. So if the universities are self-sufficient in themselves in terms of, say, their water requirements and their energy requirements, that can give a big boost to SDG implementation. HEIs can adopt 10 large panchayats in the community or the areas near the university, and they can get some progressive volunteers from these panchayats who can be trained on sustainable earning. So sustainable earning is very important, so that there can be opportunities in ecotourism, rural tourism, progressive farming, like this. Then the buildings of the higher education institutions can be designed and built using eco-friendly and energy-efficient materials with passive solar technologies and thermal comfort. So that is something very important which the universities can implement. Universities can encourage research on areas related to SDGs. So universities are doing a lot of research activities. So if a research can be targeted towards implementation of SDGs and even understanding SDGs, even definitions of various concepts, that can help in implementation of SDGs. Then higher education is, we have around 4 crore students in our higher education institutions. So if these institutions can create the awareness amongst the students on what the SDGs are, what is their importance, how they can be implemented, they can translate that knowledge not only to their families but to their neighbors, friends, So that will be another aspect. And then one more thing which the higher education institutions can do is that the government is taking up many schemes for implementing SDGs, but no impact analysis is being done for these schemes, that how much impact these schemes are making. So higher education institutions can take it upon themselves to conduct these impact studies so that the government knows that which scheme is working well, which scheme is not working. Similarly, where there are recommendations for the government, we are saying that when government wants to, and when the fact is that we are today standing at the position 112 out of 193 nations, so a lot of activities have to be taken by the government. Also, government is doing, but some activities pertaining to higher education which can be taken apart, and also to promote, say, higher education institutions to take up implementation of SDGs are one. Government can create an SDG related ranking framework, like Times Higher Education ranking framework is there. But in our NIRF and NAC, if SDGs are included as important components, then obviously the universities will go in for SDG implementation. So this is very important, and there can be a separate ranking also for Indian universities. Of course, Times is doing. We have around 1100 universities in our own country. The Times ranking, he was telling, around 750 universities have participated all over the world.
1,700 across the world.
1,700.
Within the G20.
Okay. And when we see the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking, we see that in top 600, only 14 universities are. Number 1 is Amrita. Then we have LPU, Shulini. I mean, there are 14 universities, out of which 9 are private, 5 are government. So only 14 universities are figuring in top 600 of the Times Impact Ranking. So we can be working more. I mean, if these recommendations are fulfilled, I think more and more universities will be figuring in the Times Impact Ranking. And there can be some SDG related research fund created by the government. Government can be giving some incentives for the implementation of SDG or SDG related research in the universities. NAC and NIR have already told. So these are some of the aspects which can be taken care of by the government and the regulatory bodies to implement SDGs in the universities. But of course, the major responsibility is with the universities. They have to orient themselves, their mission, their vision has to orient towards implementation of SDGs, and then it can be done, and then we'll see more and more universities in the Times Impact Ranking in, say, top 500 or 1,000, which are from India. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. It is my honor and privilege to invite Honorable Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, to deliver the inaugural address.
Namaskar. And also good morning to all of you. And especially I would like to tell Mr. Phil Batty to reciprocate good morning from the London so that all the attendees will feel that everybody is connected with you after telling my good morning. Good morning. Everybody wants to listen good morning from you. Mr. Phil Batty, can you hear me?
Good morning at 6:21 a.m. from London. It's a joy to be with you, and thank you.
Give a clarion clap. And also, our Minister of State for External Affairs, Government of India, V. Muralidharan, he is also well connected with these seminars. And we will listen his recorded message. Professor C. Rajkumarji, founding Vice Chancellor of OP General Global University. Dr. Pankaj Mittalji, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities. Again, Mr. Phil Batty, Chief Global Affairs Officer, Times Higher Education. Everybody is clapping. Yes, Mr. Duncan Ross, the most tallest person in the seminar. Chief Data Officer, Times Higher Education, UK. And Professor Mohan Kumar Din, who is the key person of this seminar, General Global Center for G20 Studies. Esteemed guests, participants who have joined us from across the world, my dear friends from the media also. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start my speech with a sloka from Maha Upanishad. Ayam nija paroveti ganana loghu cheta sham udara charitanam tu vasudhaiva kutumbakam. It means that this is mine, that is others, says the small-minded. The wise believe that the entire world is a family. The theme of India's G20 presidency, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or one earth, one family, one future, has taken from this sloka, which affirms the value of all life. Human, animal, plant, and we have not left the microorganism also. These also have been counted. And their connectedness on the planet Earth and in the wider universe. And all these are very important for the Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. And this also perfectly resonates with the theme of the G20 Universities Summit, implementing SDGs and beyond, organized jointly by the OP Jindal Global University, Association of Indian Universities, and the Times Higher Education of the United Kingdom. I extend my congratulations to the organizers and express my admiration for the tremendous efforts undertaken to organize this summit. Dear friends, it's an indisputable fact that education plays a pivotal role in achieving full human potential, developing an equitable society, and promoting sustainable development. India has made rapid strides under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. To start with a very crucial need of the nation, the National Multidimensional Poverty Index released by Niti Aayog in July 2023 states that India has registered a significant decline of around 10% points in the number of multidimensionally poor in the country. And what is that? The rate of the poverty has declined from around 25% of the population in 2015-16 to less than 15% of the population in 2019-21. Consequently, 13.5 crore people came out of multidimensional poverty between 2015-16 and 2019-21. This is a remarkable achievement by any standards. India is also making strides in other SDGs to set new milestones of development. I am glad to know that this conference will have two more panels. Yes, one on the role played by higher education in advancing the SDGs across G20 nations, and the other detailing with envisioning the future of global sustainability. Dear friends, it goes without saying that the universities and other higher educational institutions have a pivotal role to play in achieving SDG 4, ensuring inclusive and quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. And I am proud to share that India is leading towards achieving SDG 4 with a transformative national education policy 2020. As the Honorable PM Sri Narendra Modi ji said, national एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की एक बड़ी प्राथमिकता ये भी है कि शिक्षा केवल किताबी तक सीमित न रहे बल्कि प्रैक्टिकल लर्निंग इसका हिस्सा बने। इसके लिए वोकेशनल एजुकेशन को जनरल एजुकेशन के साथ इंटीग्रेट करने का काम भी हो रहा है। इसका सबसे बड़ा लाभ कमजोर, पिछड़े और ग्रामीण परिवेश के बच्चों को ज्यादा होगा। Our national education policy is the testament to our government commitment to provide a holistic and comprehensive education system that empowers individual with the skills, knowledge and values needed to thrive in an increasingly complex and interconnected world. It is heartening to note that the principles embedded with this policy align seamlessly with the aspiration of UN SDG 4. First and foremost, the policy emphasizes inclusive education, recognizing the diversity of our society and ensuring that every child, irrespective of their background, has access to quality education. This echoes the spirit of SDG 4, which calls for equitable educational opportunities for all without discrimination. By embracing diversity and catering to varied learning needs, our national education policy paves the way for a society where no one is left behind. Furthermore, the policy promotes flexible and multidisciplinary learning, fostering creativity, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills. This aligns with SDG 4's focus on providing lifelong learning opportunities that prepare individuals not just for jobs, but for active and engaged citizenship. Our education system is evolving from rote memorization to experiential learning, producing well-rounded individuals who can contribute meaningfully to the sustainable development of our nation. Incorporating technology and digital literacy into education is another cornerstone of our National Education Policy 2020. In an increasingly digital world, the ability of harness technology is paramount. This parallels SDG 4's call to utilize technology to enhance learning outcomes and bridge the digital divide, ensuring that no one is left behind in the digital revolution. The policy's emphasis on vocational education and skill development also resonates with SDG 4's objective to equip individuals with practical skills that are relevant to the job market. By aligning education with real world demands, we are not only addressing unemployment but also nurturing entrepreneurs and innovators who can drive sustainable economic growth. That means job seeker to job providers. We are transforming our education in that way. There should be a balance between the job seekers and the job providers. Furthermore, our national education policy highlights the importance of teacher training and professional development. Teachers are the backbone of education, and their competence directly impacts the quality of learning. This mirrors SDG 4's emphasis on empowering educators and enhancing the quality of education delivery. Dear friends, as we celebrate the harmony between our national education policy and UN SDG 4, let us remember that education is the foundation upon which every other sustainable development goal stands. By ensuring quality education for all, we are fostering social equity, eradicating poverty, promoting gender equality, improving health, and spurring innovation. My dear friends, any policy's effectiveness depends on its implementation. NEP 2020 is a historic policy and will require spirited efforts from stakeholders. As our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji has said, our education system has a huge role in achieving the goals with which 21st century India is moving. By doing so, we not only fulfill the aspiration of UN SDG 4, but also lay the foundation for a world where every individual has the tools to thrive, contribute, and shape a better tomorrow for generations to come. Dear friends, it's with great enthusiasm that we acknowledge India's remarkable strides in higher education. With over 38 million students, again I am telling, with over 38 million students enrolled across approximately 50,000 academic institutions, including 1,100 universities, India now proudly holds the distinction of possessing the second largest higher education system on a global scale. The past decade has witnessed India's steadfast ascent in the World University ranking. Notably, 66 Indian universities have collectively secured an impressive 355 entries, reflecting an impressive 18.7% increase compared to the previous year. These outstanding achievements has positioned India as the second most represented country in Asia within the esteemed QS World University Ranking of 2023. Such progress speaks volumes about our nation's dedication to advancing educational quality and research excellence. This journey is a testament to government's commitment to empowering our youth with world-class education, fostering innovation, and contributing to the global knowledge economy. Recently, a report unveiled at the 4th G20 Education Working Group meeting in Pune, presented by Elsevier, shed light on India's remarkable progress. The number of research papers, again I am telling, the number of research papers authored by Indian scholars has experienced an astonishing surge, soaring from 24,110 in 1999 to an impressive 2,78,496 in 2022. This exceptional growth positions India as the third largest contributor to global research output, surpassed only by China and USA. Dear friends, under the Honorable Prime Minister's leadership, India revitalizes education with initiatives like Anushandhan National Research Foundation. It transforms the research landscape, propelling institutions into global excellence hub. This echoes India's commitment to pioneering excellence globally. At its core, the ANRF will be entrusted with the pivotal task of fostering, facilitating, advancing, and propelling research and innovation across a spectrum of disciplines. We have various schemes which supports the research like imprint, that is impacting research in technology, UAY, that is Uchchatara Avishkar Yojana, FAST, that is a training and research in frontier areas, GIAN, GIAN, that is a global initiative of academic network, SPARK, that is the scheme for promotion of academic and research collaboration, STARS, that is scheme for transformational and advanced research in sciences, and STRIDE, that is scheme for transdisciplinary research for India's developing economy, many others. Dear friends, I am happy to inform you that 9 research parks, I am again telling, that is 9 research parks are being set up at different IITs and IISc, including at IIT Madras. I will request to all other Indian VCs to visit that parks. I have visited. And IIT Mumbai, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Kanpur, IIT Delhi, IIT Guwahati, IIT Hyderabad, IIT Gandhinagar, and IISc Bangalore. They will serve the purpose of collaborative research and development, act as center of excellence, will work on national mission projects, and set up laboratories, incubation hubs, research cum academic hub, and act as a center for technology development and transfer. My dear young friends and all others, I would like to talk about the Indian knowledge system which grew over the ages with the contribution of teachers who helped students to evolve by inculcating human values, knowledge and skills. India was the destination of high quality education from its ancient civilization. The prestigious education center which imparted multidisciplinary education based on science, technology, innovation, economics, humanities, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, etc., with critical thinkers and holistic development of students. We have a long history of teaching and learning, and some of the milestone learning institutions in ancient India, providing universal access to quality education, is the key to India's continued ascent. and leadership on the global stage in terms of economic growth, scientific advancement, national integration, and sustainable development. My dear friends, as educationists, you all have responsibilities to nurture the next generation, as our Honorable Prime Minister envisioned during the speech in recent Akhil Bharatiya Shiksha Samagam 2023. We have to create an energetic and innovative new generation in the next 25 years of Amrit Kal. I urge all of you to invest in creating future leaders of India. This is very important, sir. We can guide our students to be innovators and founders of startups. They can be job providers rather than just being job seekers. We should also focus on the emerging techniques like artificial intelligence, data science, simulation and modeling, secure systems, and intelligent manufacturing, to name a few. India has true potential to become startup capital of the world and lead the world in innovation and research. We must take steps in that direction. Friends, I would like to conclude by sharing a profound thought of Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, which aptly captures the essence of education and its link to sustainable development. That is, the highest education is that which is not only provides us with information, but also ensures our lives are in harmony with all existence. This is SDG 4. I have no doubt that your deliberations will be useful and that the conference will come up with some answers to our long-standing challenges in the area of UN Sustainable Development Goals. Just now, I have got one information that Indian universities have targeted. On the 17 goals, the top priority is clean water and sanitation. Number 2 is the second priority is affordable and clean energy. And the third priority is gender equality. We should keep it in our mind for our university students, but we should know all the 17 points. All the teachers should percolate this message to the students, and so that student and teachers, everybody can percolate it to the society. Then we can build a good, powerful society. That is, I once again congratulate the organizers of this event with the grand success of the conference. Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
I request Dr. Sarkar, Mr. Duncan Ross, and Dr. Pankaj to release the report published by the Times Higher Education.
Yes.
Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs, Shri V. Muralidharan, has shared a video message with us. So I would request the organizers to kindly play it.
Dr. Subhas Sarkar, Union Minister of State for Education, Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, Founding Vice Chancellor of O.P. Jindal Global University, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, Ambassador Dr. Mohan Kumar, Director of Jindal Global Center for G20 Studies, Mr. Phil Batty, Chief Global Affairs Officer of Times Higher Education UK, distinguished professors, academics, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, greetings and namaskar. It gives me immense pleasure to join you all for this G20 Universities Impact Summit relating to SDGs organized by the O.P. Jindal Global University, Association of Indian Universities and the Times Higher Education of the United Kingdom. This is an excellent initiative, especially in the context of India's ongoing presidency of the G20, which will culminate with the New Delhi summit on September 9th and 10th. Friends, the importance of SDGs cannot be overemphasized. It is important that the developing world and the global south try and achieve most SDGs within the time frame of 2030. For this to happen, collective efforts needs to be redoubled, financial assistance augmented, and global cooperation enhanced. This is a formidable challenge in today's world, which appears fragmented and driven by conflict. But in these turbulent times, India stands as a beacon of hope as it seeks to make a solid contribution towards this goal by voicing the concerns and priorities of the global south and utilizing its G20 presidency to fulfill its duties. It is against this background that this conference assumes importance. I am particularly happy to note that there will be an important panel discussion on the role of higher education in advancing the UN SDGs across the G20 member countries. I am confident that the panel will flesh out details and make concrete recommendations in this regard. In effect, the higher educational institutions have a critical role to play in not just sharing knowledge on the important issue of SDGs, but also in carrying out searches on the subject. In this context, I appreciate the setting up of the Jindal Global Center of G20 Studies led by Ambassador Dr. Mohan Kumar and have no doubt that it will make useful contributions in this area. Friends, the Global Education Development Agenda reflected in the Goal 4 of the SDGs of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development seeks to, and I quote, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, unquote, by 2030. Such a goal will require the entire education system to be reconfigured to support and foster learning. This is where conferences and meetings such as the G20 Universities Impact Summit can prove to be extremely useful in providing valuable inputs to policymakers and practitioners alike. In this direction, the Government of India has taken several initiatives, the most important of them being the launch of the new education policy in July 2020. The NEP has revolutionized the education system and paved the way for the creation of a multidisciplinary and holistic learning experience for students by making education more experiential, interesting, integrated, inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented, learner-centered, discussion-based, flexible and enjoyable. The NEP is aligned to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and aims to transform India into a vibrant knowledge society and global knowledge superpower by making both school and higher education better suited to 21st century needs and aimed at bringing out the unique capabilities of each student. Friends, education has always been the change agent in the world. I firmly believe that what happens in the classrooms is reflected in society. Schools and universities can play a significant role by introducing positive changes, interventions, and actual transformation in students. Therefore, I urge all of you to align your academic and professional goals with the sustainable development goals of the world and create future ready global citizens who are concerned not only about their own development but also about the well being of the entire planet. It's only when we achieve this objective that we can truly fulfill the real purpose of education. In conclusion, I wish the G20 Universities Impact Summit all the success and compliment the organizers for this timely initiative. Thank you.
I now invite Professor Padmanabha Ramanujam, Dean of Academic Governance and Student Life, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, and I know many of you started very early today, but let me take this wonderful opportunity on behalf of OP Jindal Global University to deliver the vote of thanks. First of all, I'm really grateful for Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Sir, your words of wisdom, how the younger capital of India should not be job seekers, but job creators is amazing. I'm sure all the young students here will walk in that path. I also want to take this opportunity to invite Raj to felicitate the minister for his participation today. Thank you so much, sir. It's really an honor for us to host you today. Yeah, thank you so much, Duncan, for producing that wonderful report. Thank you so much, Phil Beatty, for participating all the way from the UK and for for actually being present for the entire conference. And we will really go through the SDG report that is being released, and we'll make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to read this report. Thank you again, Duncan. We also want to extend thanks to Association of Indian Universities for and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. I haven't got an opportunity to read the report, but we will make sure that we will read and disseminate the report. Thank you so much, ma'am. I also want to take this opportunity in thanking the Dean Mohan. We also want to thank Shri V. Muralidharan, sir, who has sent a wonderful recorded message. Thank you so much, sir. We are actually at the end of this inaugural session. I would request all of you, that we will come back to the first panel discussion. We'll have a short 10 minutes break, and we'll come back to the first panel discussion in 10 minutes time. Please do come back. The panel is really exciting. It is going to be really interesting, and we really look forward to interact much more and deliberate on why higher education institutions have a very important role in promoting sustainable development goals. Thank you for all of you, and thank you so much for all of you for the inaugural session. Thank you. Yeah. We also have a washroom which is there on the right side, which is actually closed, but if you want to use that washroom, you could use that.
Thank you for coming.
Alison is very
And we have more washroom. Thank you. We'll see you in another 10 minutes time. Thanks.
I'm here the whole day. Maybe we should bring them here for a meeting.
Well, they're 2 days in Dubai. Then half of them are going to Ahmedabad and Mumbai, and the other half.
So you can, you know my, you have my number.
Yeah, I've got your number.
Duncan? Yeah, give the minister. Hello. Hello. I'll catch him at discount, sir. Okay.
Leave the facility. Don't leave the facility.
Especially if Steve Smith comes, just let me know. I will remind you by email.
UGC. Indian University, I came for a.
She will stay over there.
Ma'am?
IPGA program. I will introduce you to the university. डेढ़ महीने जब आपके ऑफिस में मिले थे हाँ
तभी तो मुलाकात हुई थी वही तो मैं कह रहा
And I will be speaking in Japan. But we can do.
That we have under the competition program is there. Community engagement is there, ma'am. So is it possible we can
for the first time, like strangers on a flight or on a bus. And so what we tell each other is going to be new to all of us. I'm not going to ask people to make individual speeches because I find that makes for less interesting panels. I do want us to have this as a conversation as much as we can with the limited number of microphones that we have. I want to involve you later on, so I will think as we go through this, think about questions you might want to ask the panelists. If they say something particularly spectacular that you want to comment on, remember that and write it down and preferably put it on X or whatever that's called these days. But above all, I have one sacred mission today, which is to make sure we finish on time for lunch. So having said I want this as a conversation, I thought it would be useful, first of all, if people could give them a brief introduction to themselves. I do mean brief, people, especially for the academics amongst us, brief. Okay. Who you are and why the SDGs are really important to you. And I'm going to start here on my left, actually.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ritika Paruk, and I am the Director Education for the British Council, as was mentioned. And I think in my role, I look at collaboration between UK and India in all of education. And I realized that SDG goal may be the only way that we can save our future as a planet. At least the human beings, the planet will remain in whatever shape or form. Hence, I think it's extremely important to address this question at every forum, literally. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good morning or good afternoon? Good morning, I think it's still not noon. So thank you for making it a conversation, and thank you everyone for being here. My name is Atul Khosla. I am the founder and vice chancellor of Shulini University. We are located in Himachal Pradesh, up in the mountains where we have to protect the environment. That's important. We're seeing lots of floods out there, and we all know it's because of global warming. But anyway, I do believe, and we do believe at Shulini, that a university is a microcosm of new thoughts. We as citizens of the world need to protect the environment. We need to implement SDGs across different areas. And as a university, we can do three things. One is, like I said, as a microcosm, go out and implement new ideas. We are a small city. Each campus is a small city. So experiment new thoughts, be carbon neutral. But secondly, be on the forefront of thoughts, research around SDGs, and finally go out and promote SDGs across the community. So that's what we do. We take it very seriously. We also participate in your impact survey. We are number 2 in the country in the Times impact rankings, and that's why I'm here today. So thank you so much for calling me.
Thanks, Duncan, and hi everyone. Good morning. My name is Gaurav. I work with Penguin Random House. We are a global trade publisher. That means we publish books across kids, adult fiction, non-fiction. The idea of the SDGs is very close to our hearts because the fact that we publish print primarily indicates that we use a lot of paper, right? And that impacts the environment as it is. For us as a company globally, sustainability has come to the forefront now, and we've got very clear goals for 2030, which I won't get into right now. But I do think conversations like this, particularly with the young students in the room, is very important because the ideas that we discuss are primarily you guys are going to take forward as you enter the world of corporate or education. So thank you again for coming. It's wonderful to be here, and I look forward to the conversation.
Good morning, everyone. Veselin Popovsky, Professor and Vice Dean of the OP Jindal Global Law School, one of the co-organizers of this event. My interest in SDG goes actually a very long time ago when there were MDGs, Millennium Development Goals, in 2000. At that time, I was working for the United Nations University in Tokyo. And we publish several reports on the implementation of the MDGs and the change from Millennium Development Goals to Sustainable Development Goals back in 2014 and 2015. I also published a book called Fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goals 2 years ago. It was a co-authored book looking at how COVID-19 affected the implementation of the goals. Quite significantly, unfortunately, we must say. So some of the delay which was mentioned this morning very much is due also to COVID-19, to the paralysis of many industries and economies. However, we were still positive that the human factor will play a role in all of that. So I also published a book on implementation on the Paris Agreement of climate change, 2018, looking at how the mechanism of the Paris Agreement can be enforceable for more member states. Again, not very much good news there. We still see the latest IPCC assessment reports alarming us that the progress is not sufficient, and I will talk later exactly how university can help on that.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tarun. I'm CEO for Mercer Metal. Mercer Metal is an online assessment company, a very strong tech platform, a lot of content capabilities to conduct assessments, a lot of corporates, education institutes. We've been at forefront of taking assessments completely online, thus reduction of paper and other initiatives that ensure that there is far lesser consumption of paper and other ways of using technology to grow sustainably. I look forward to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for that. Just a reminder to panelists, microphone technique. This is good. This is acceptable. Less of this. Okay, we need to be heard. And it is a real privilege here to have a panel that has both people from inside academia, but also critically people from outside academia. One of the things that the goals focus on, in fact, specifically, there is a goal for this, SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals, talks about the importance and the necessity of collaboration. All too often in the world, we have barriers that are put up artificially, barriers between countries, barriers between different sectors of the economy. So it's particularly crucial that we have here people from outside academia to inform the discussion, which they should take as a cue for the fact that they're going to be asked to talk first, by the way, if they're paying attention. So I'm going to start actually with Chief Operations Officer. I'm not going to ask you to explain what a COO does. And are you a CEO? A very modest CEO. That's something they don't teach at the Harvard MBA. So a very modest CEO and a COO. So from your perspectives, what are the ways that universities and industry could collaborate effectively to deliver on the SDGs? And since only one of you has a microphone at the moment, we'll turn in this direction to start with.
So, thanks for the question. But if you look at both industry and academia, is it okay? Both have their own strengths, right? I mean, academia has this research bandwidth capability to come up with solutions to the real world problems that the industry is facing. I think those have to be leveraged. Some of these opportunities could be working on those joint projects where industry knows what the pain points are, and at any given point of time, industry will not have bandwidth or capability to work in all those areas. Hence, you lean on universities to do the first level research, come out with possible options how to deal with it, and then how do you take it to the market, the GTM, the execution part of it. I mean, then I think industry is suited better to do that. There are a couple of examples. For Volkswagen has started with Stanford, set up a institute of excellence where they're looking at next gen mobility, how to make it sustainable. Unilever has started with say Cambridge, and they're trying to figure out what molecules can help us grow food or next set of product innovation which is sustainable. So there are examples. One key area obviously is research, where both of them can come together, pull in the resources, strengths, and deliver something. Second could be, again, it could be certain projects which could come out of industry, can be incubated inside a institution. But again, there, the focus should also be, apart from, say, how financially viable that project is, how easy it is to take it to the market, viability, in terms of the SDGs. I mean, what kind of impact are we creating? And those parameters, matrix should be very measurable.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the microphone along this time. I'm going to pass my microphone along, which is a risky thing for me to do.
Well, it's a really broad question, right? Because collaboration can run across all the various SDGs. So what I'm going to try and do is just focus on the education part of it. Our philosophy is that books educate hearts and minds. That's the core of where we start from. From a perspective of working together with universities, again, I think it comes down to kids for us, the students there. I think there are a number of projects that the students can do with a publishing house like ours, e.g. coming in, looking at the kind of paper we use, being creative around how we could use, environment-friendly paper. Just to give you guys a little example. I think from a corporate side to universities, one of the lesser things that seem to happen is actually corporates coming into universities and engaging with students and ideating in terms of what, even though the students might not be involved, for example, in the publishing industry, I do think the creativity exists. So our approach, or my approach rather, would be, if we are given the opportunity to come and engage at the university level. So for example, what I'm doing is, I'm probably going to become a visiting lecturer at a university not too far from OP actually. And the idea again there is to go out there, and engage with students and really come up with call to action ideas. I don't know what they are right now, so I'm not going to sit here and give you a list of 10. But I do think the idea of information exchange, as you pointed out earlier as well, is important. There are multiple ways apart from this as well, but I do think, it's a first step, and the first step should be engagement, where the barriers of corporate and education are broken down from just, a career counseling conversation to actually utilizing the minds of students to really impact and act as consultants to us, because we don't have the answers. For us, it's that bottom line that we invariably think about. But I think to be critiques for industry is really important. So that would be a good start, I think.
Oh, thank you very much for that. And I think that really opens the door for our academics. So don't put the microphone down just yet. You don't get away with that on this panel, mate. You've got to work. So let's come to our academics and say, is that what you see? Is that what you think you can offer? Or is there more that we could do in these partnerships? And since you do have the microphone and didn't get rid of it in time.
Thank you, Duncan. I think, first of all, I'm going to make some hard statements, so I hope that's okay for all of you. I think the first, and this is very relevant to India, for whatever we might believe, the industry-academia relationships in India are broken. Honestly, we don't interact with each other. The times that academia remembers industry is when they want placements of students. And the time when industry remembers academia is when they need something out of academia, probably to give some peanuts of CSR, or they want talent. So it's broken today. So for industry, sustainability and SDGs, especially ESGs, are becoming very important. So I think the whole topic of SDGs can become a starting point for the dialogue, a deep dialogue between academia and industry. I think that could be a starting point for building a great partnership. So just as an example, Gaurav is now going, I think as Ashoka we are going, if you speak about, probably, okay. It's close to OP Jindal. That's fine. The offer is on for Shulini if you desire to come up into the mountains. But I think that's a starting point of a great dialogue. Now, where do I see opportunities? And I'm going to talk about a little bit about what Shulini is doing and how we're working with industry. So the first is, as we do research, and you were talking about research, so there is money sitting with industry to sponsor labs if you can have a viable project. As a small example, we do a lot of work on water and nanotech. The principal instrument you need is something called a scanning electron microscope. So we just got a funding from a company called Vardhaman Textiles for that, because that's the need they have from their perspective in terms of getting pollution-free water, and they've got money. So can, as industry, as academia, we come up with viable projects to industry, and there is money with industry and they want to collaborate. So I think that's one. I think the second area which I see, Duncan, is we have arms and legs in the form of students, and there's such beautiful students over here. So getting them engaged with the community around implementing SDGs, I think getting them aware. Again, as a small example, at Shulini, it is compulsory for every student to actually go out and do a social project. So we work very closely on cancer with UVCAN. We have a muscular dystrophy center close by. We have adopted that. We work very closely with that. We work on a bunch of environmental initiatives. So I think getting students aware, working with industry on issues which are relevant, I think it's a win-win from both sides. And I think the final area is also about this whole topic about being carbon neutral. So no one has a perfect formula, but understanding the carbon footprint of the university and then using those models to go out into the industry and identifying their carbon footprint is another area we're working on. So I think these are 3 or 4 ideas I have, Duncan.
Thank you. Some constructive ideas, but a really challenging statement at the beginning there. The relationship is broken. I don't think, by the way, that's something that's necessarily unique to India. I think that's a more general problem.
I didn't want to, get into how it's globally, but I know it is broken.
But
I think to the global thing. If you want to, and by the way, SDG 9 is about industry, innovation, and technology. So we have a clear framing of this missing link, which my predecessor just talked about. And we are trying hard, as everybody knows, but there is still a long road to go. What I will try to define as the role of the universities in SDG is actually a macro agenda, which has been mentioned in terms of research, innovation, teaching, preparing future citizens, preparing future decision makers to take. And here we have a huge gaps between science and decision making. The climate science already discovered climate change 200 years ago. The first physicists were talking about why the Earth is warming because of the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. And it took 170 years until 1992, when finally the leaders get together in Rio de Janeiro and adopted the Framework Convention on Climate Change. And even that has not been yet implemented. So in terms of scientific discovery, which universities do, to the point of this political decision making, it really takes a long, long time. And that gap needs to be addressed. But also the second challenge here is the speed of innovation and technology needed to cover the global challenges. The life is much faster today than what it used to be 100 or 200 years ago. So a big challenge for universities is how to be on the speed of the technological. And when I was a student like you, there was no internet, there were no mobile phones, and I think my grandchildren will live in a world which is much more fast and challenging and rapid. So that is also the role of universities, not to slow down, but to speed up the progress.
So we touched on briefly something there that I don't think came out as strongly as I expected, because one of the things I've noticed in discussion with governments, and actually it's been a general challenge from industry for many, many years, is around education and teaching. And the traditional complaint has been, and this is one of those things that where I'm sure there is a an internet meme going back to find examples of times when industry has complained that the students of today are not coming into the workforce with the right skills. I suspect it goes back to at least ancient Rome, if not older than that. Doesn't necessarily mean it's an incorrect claim, but there was no mention there of green skills either. You know, are universities able to provide the students and the graduates with the green skills that's necessary for industry? And how do we do that without being bogged down in a very technological understanding of what a sustainable education means? Because you mentioned science and technology, but I'm concerned that we don't have enough focus on arts and humanities and being able to put science and technology into that broader perspective of what it means to be a sustainable citizen. And I would like to bring in the British Council at this point to say, you know, what are you seeing in terms of that role as rounded educators for universities?
So one of the things that I'd like to share with you all is that we launched a Going Global call for industry academia links, and we received 92 applications for 4 grants that we could give out, which sends me scrambling looking for more money to support more. So even if it's broken, there's a great desire to mend those fences, I think, which is positive. I'd like to stay over here. In terms of green skills, we've seen it in 2 places. One of them is around state governments have been in touch with us because much of the green skilling at this moment that we've been engaged with is in service, where, for example, people who are looking at petroleum combustion engines want to transfer the skills onto managing and repairing electric vehicles. So because that is the shift we are going to see, and there needs to be more identified areas to work with. In terms of research, we're seeing green chemistry project with the ISA Pune, particularly leading in iRise, which is a multi-stakeholder. So it has DST, Tata Trust, ISA Pune, British Council, and Royal Society of Chemistry coming together. And consortiums like this, I think, are an answer because you need many roles. So you have the academia and you have the industry, but you need the catalysts as well, to get them together and get them going and take away some of the burden in that sense, of managing this complex situation. It's not easy for academia to respond immediately. I mean, if it's not happened, it's not for the want of desire, but the whole complexity of the situation of, running your day business of getting students through their qualifications, research that you do and stuff like that. So I think that's one of the things that we are observing. Another thing that I wanted to mention is a lot around not just local collaborations between industry and academia, but global collaborations, because many industry are actually located in many countries. And the more you engage through industry academia, we hope that it will lead to more global collaborations, because unfortunately, none of the SDG goals respect any political boundary whatsoever. So if you want to get to solutions, you're going to have to seek more globally using local knowledge. So I think that's the thing that we are finding, Duncan, if it addresses your question.
Well, the point of this is to not just address the questions, but to go beyond that. I'm going to come back to our industrialists. Do we have the graduates with both the green skills and the awareness of sustainability that can support your business? And if not, what do we do about it? Because we need this to be positive as well. Who would like to come in first?
So as a company, I think we're very well positioned in terms of the role that we have in terms of building that industry academia relationship, which I agree with that it's kind of broken. We do a lot of campus assessments for a lot of companies, but to be honest, none of the companies look at green skills when they're hiring. What ma'am mentioned are, is these are, isolated center of excellence or, certain key projects that we're driven, but at scale, nothing is happening. There's a lot of noise, discussions happening around it, but we don't see that as a requirement coming in from corporates. And while there will be some projects that are happening in these academic institute, but at scale, I think we're not there yet. It's also because there's a problem of incentivization, right? I mean, most academic institutes, I mean, the end goal is getting X number of students placed in X number of organizations. But this SDGs goals, incentivization for that is not linked anywhere. So that is completely broken. And unless we kind of improve that, work on that particular area and bring about a behavioral change, I don't think there'll be a big change at a larger at a scale that we can see.
Please cheer us up.
No, I do tend to agree, on a few points, definitely. Let me start from industry if I can, and our company particularly, right? Do we hire for skills on green? No, we don't. Absolutely right. And if I were to extrapolate that to other industries or companies, I would second guess that they probably don't either, depending on scale. And one of the key reasons for that is, and I'm not justifying it, it's a business reason, that when companies, particularly those like ours that are for profit, right, our goals are aligned to what is going to be the end of year profitability. Now, the sustainability goals that have been set out are going to be a cost to the company. There's no doubt about that. And how we think about it, and I'm not justifying it again, is that what's the cost benefit on the bottom line? Now, if it is a cost, then probably the thinking is going to be, how do I reduce that cost, right? And again, it's not the right way to do it, but it is a reality of life. If I was to flip that and start with policy, we do have CSR, for example, and we are mandated to spend a certain amount of our profitability on CSR projects. The counter to that is that for us, for example, we are not allowed to use product that we are in for the CSR project, right? And I don't think that's necessarily the correct way to go, because if we are allowed to do that, then what's going to happen is it's going to incentivize companies to extend the business they're in to look at SDG goals. So for example, and I'll start with us again, is if we're allowed to utilize our books as CSR, because we do carry a lot of stock, right? Inventory is high, to extend it for education. I think that's one way of reaching out to either educational institutes or in India, tier 3 cities. That's practically one way I can look at it. Do we need to look at hiring for green? I absolutely think we should. I do think we need to be mindful of this, and that's the starting point, right? I think if all industries, companies, even set aside 2%, I'm not saying we need to set aside 10, 20, 30, 40, 2 to 5%, and say, you know what, in the next 12 months, this is what we want to achieve. Incremental small steps. Our next hiring, let's get to the universities and hire one person who's got the skill sets. I don't know if universities are training for green or not, to be honest with you. I have absolutely no idea. I hope they are. If they're not, I think they should, because ultimately it will come down to the students who are going to be coming into, because you guys are the new age, right? We guys are the twilight age. We're going to try and do it, but you guys can do it. So I do think, I agree that, that combination is very important.
I'm going to ask the academics to come back on that on a second, but there is one aspect I do think that provides some hope here. If we can't do much about the demand side, because profit, can we do something about the supply side? So this is a question to the students in the audience. So those of a more advanced age, don't pretend, no one's going to believe you. But the students in the audience, would you, if you had two job choices, but were roughly the same, so roughly the same salary, roughly the same skills required, would you prefer to work for a company which is more committed to sustainability or one that was more committed to profit? If you would go for the sustainability-minded company, raise your hand. If you would just go straight after profit, now there's a warning for the industrialists, because if your best candidates are going to choose jobs based on what you're doing in sustainability, and you want to employ the best candidates at the lowest cost, you need to think about that. But now, back to the academics, which...
Sorry, I'd love for you guys to ask this question.
Well, you...
3 years down the line.
Oh, 3. I did say assuming they were paying the same.
I think you also asked the wrong question, because it's also going to be like-to-like. You said like-to-like jobs. So you have to ask more salary versus sustainability. Anyway, I'm going to cheer up the students over here. And I think the dialogue is probably more implicit and not explicit. So I'll just give you my background. I've been on both sides of the coin. I'm now an academician, but prior to this, I used to be with McKinsey. I did campus hiring for 3 years. I was in charge of India hiring. I was a partner there. And I then moved to another firm called Oliver Wyman. I was heading India and Asia. So we were colleagues at that point of time, probably. Mercer is a fellow company. So while explicitly no one is hiring for green skills, if you are socially aware and you have strong involvement with the community, for example, I can guarantee you'll have an edge over students who don't. At least in the top tier firms, we look at it very explicitly. So in my interview, I might not ask you what are your green skills, but I'll definitely get into a discussion around how socially aware you are. So that's the good news for you. So please, please, please understand that when Gaurav is going to be interviewing you, he will somewhat in the dialogue like to get people who are socially aware, because he loves to be part of that, right? HR might not, so we won't talk about HR over here. So that's, I think, the first thing, that please get involved in projects which involve SDGs. It's going to take your career to the next level. Also, I can also tell you that as you build your career in a company, your CEO at least will love you if you are socially aware. If you go to Gaurav or you go to Mercer and tell them that, look, I want to work on that project, they will love you if you proactively go out and do that. So it's the right thing to do. I think as students, I'm sure Jindal Global is a very socially aware, SDG aware university. But if you're from a university that's not focusing too much on SDGs, go out and demand that from the management. I'm sure they will create projects for you. So many of us are in different phases of evolution as academic universities and institutions. Some are on the higher side of the curve, but somewhere I think as there are some academicians sitting over here and there's some students sitting over here. So demand your involvement in SDGs, because as academicians it's going to push your career up, and as students it's going to take your career ahead. And I can tell you that many of us in India are very socially aware. We are in education. I'm in education because I want to contribute to the community. It's not for money. And there'll be lots and lots of people like me out there. Thank you.
And I can confirm that Topi Jindal is very socially aware. And, in fact, I also agree that it's not a so black and white choice. There are a lot of green industries that can make a lot of profit. So you can kind of circle the circle and make both profit and be environmental. We know the history of corporate social responsibility, CSR, many industries following that road actually found out over 10 or 20 years that that's a road to profit. It's not only a road to social responsibility. And I think more and more that will come over time. If you think between fossil fuels and renewable energies, again, 20 years ago, renewable energies were considered to be very expensive and slow. Today we see a very different picture. So we will be there. So basically for the young people here, definitely go for the green education and the green jobs will definitely come. But I see another problem, and it is why it is so slow between understanding, the science understand the problem, but why policymakers and decision makers, both in government and in corporations, come to that very slowly. And my explanation of that is the short-termism versus the long-termism. Again, companies need to report profit every quarter to their shareholders. Governments need to be re-elected after 4 years. And their agenda is always to be re-elected or to report profit. And this is not what the long-term green agenda is about. when we talk about 2030, 2050, zero carbon, we have a long agenda, and it takes the courage of both the private and the public sector to forget or to diminish a little bit your short-termism and to look far ahead, because it will not happen if we don't start today. It's actually not long-term. We need to start today as to achieve what we want to achieve on all SDGs.
Just to reinforce that, remember the saying, the best time to plant a tree is 30 years ago. The second best time is today. So, action needs to be taken. But I do like what you mentioned there about the need for leadership, because that is a real challenge, I think, across all sectors. How do we educate the next generation of leaders? Let's just assume that this generation of leaders, the present company accepted, is just gone. What can we do to better educate the next generation of leaders in a way that will stick? Because if you think to MBAs for years have taught about ethical business leadership. That's been a core part of their curriculum for 20 years, 30 years? Do either of you gentlemen have an MBA, by the way? You do? Yeah. 3 MBAs, wow, we are in hallowed elite company here. So you were all taught about ethical leadership, okay? But again, accepting the gentlemen and ladies on the panel here, when we look at the world of business, ethical leadership isn't something that immediately springs to mind very much. We look at Elon Musk. Do we think of ethics as the number one thing that drives him, or even the number 253 thing that drives him? Probably not. So how do we build up education that effectively does that, but does it in a way that will make sense in a business context? Because there's no point in teaching Plato's ethics if it can't be implemented. So that's a tough kind of question to ask. So I'm going to look for a volunteer. It can be either from industry or academia. You're going to jump back in, aren't you?
Well, I think it will not. No, I'm PhD.
I'll pick it up. You'll pick it up.
It will not happen by teaching leadership. We don't need a course on leadership. We don't need a course on SDGs. I think leadership and SDGs should be integrated in every course we teach. I'll put it this way: any program, any course, need to have that component of leadership, and it need to have that component of sustainability. That's how I see it. We had often debates in academia, what courses should we offer as to create future leadership, but there is no single answer. There is no silver bullet. We need to integrate other skills, and you mentioned, Duncan, several of those: ethics, responsibility, social awareness, the way to listen even is a very important leadership skill. So leadership skills are there, and they are ingrained, they are inserted in everything we teach. So that's how I will answer them.
So I'm going to pick this up, and I have again some very strong views about this, Duncan. I think this whole concept of skilling in India and probably in the world has just gone too far ahead. So let's step back. What is the role of a university? And I think the role of a university is to create leaders out of all of you, create problem solvers out of you, not to create people who know how to use a screwdriver. And we, I think, are in the profession of inspiration. So if you can inspire you to do new things, just to add to what you're saying. So what can we do? So it's the signaling theory, which basically means that everything that we do in the university needs to help you become a leader. For example, if you want to go out and plant a tree, then just don't plant it yourself, but make sure that 30 people also plant it, and we celebrate your success. It's not a course, but it's something which is ingrained in the culture that you do. If you think about being aware about water, or aware about electricity or clean energy, etc., it's part of the way you live inside the community, which is in this case the university. Because we care for you, we inspire you to make sure that you live those SDGs on a daily basis. So I think that's the role that universities need to play. It's a very difficult one. It's not an easy one for us because we all keep talking about placements. Again, I would mention this to my fellow academicians. If you provide great education in the form of inspiration, placements will happen. It's a consequence of great education. Don't worry too much about placements, because we are in the profession of building a university that's going to take 20 years to be great. We're not over here creating a teaching shop. So that'll be what the thought. So I've been in multiple boards of my clients as a consultant, and I'm talking about global boards over here. I can assure you that I still sit on the board of a couple of firms, large companies in India. SDGs are very important to leadership. Every board that I know talks about SDGs today. We talk about social awareness. So if you are, again, as a young professional entering a company, entering an academic institution, and you take initiative to go out and say, I want to do something, I can almost guarantee a quality university, a quality company will give you a pat on the back. And if they don't, leave the company, move to somewhere else, because that's the future of the world.
Can I address this? Sorry, you go ahead. So, the reality is that I do agree about the groundswell, right? But I do think the guy who leads or the girl who leads a company, as you rightly said, they've got to be very clear to say, you know what, yes, this is going to impact us a certain percentage, but we have to do it. I'll give you a real working example at Penguin Random House. What did we do about 2 to 3 years back? We said every book of ours that comes out is going to be FSC paper. And while what that primarily means is we don't go out and plant trees, but we've teamed up such that for all the paper we buy, there are trees planted. But that has, well, in our case, it came top down. But, you know, I said this is something we have to do. Now what we're doing is we're looking at paper which is going to be completely bleach-free. And that's really important. So in our own way, we are contributing. And exactly to your point, I do think industry is very aware across the board, right, of what needs to be done. I do think these have to be incremental steps. But I do think that everything we do at an industry level has to be a call to action. I don't have the patience for a lot of skilling, as you know, to your point, because I do think that that can go on for time immemorial. It's a very simple thing. No matter in which industry we're in, if we just go in with the mindset, what are we producing? Is that impacting the environment? Can we think about creative ways of not impacting the environment? I mean, that's pretty much what we're trying to solve for, right? What do we want to solve for, and how do we want to win? That's pretty much a McKinsey, slogan, but it's so true. And I do think corporate, to your point, is very aware. My earlier points notwithstanding.
Just to add to what Atin said, university's role on creating problem solvers and leaders, and I just want to give an example where we're still a smaller company, we're not that big, but as we grow, there are a lot of requirement of, colleagues who could take up leadership role, people who can step up, beyond their age and, take up roles which can help us grow. Some of the universities have become a very happy hunting ground for us. Year on year, we've got people from there who've kind of stepped up and taken up those opportunities, and we're seeing the results now. And this is where, what you mentioned, right? As a university, if you build a culture of problem-solving leadership rather than that load, giving those skills specific, I think that helps. And, our relationship with the university, engagement that we do with the university, kind of goes up a couple of notches higher.
So I thought that as the only person who doesn't have a doctorate degree nor an MBA, is a woman, the only one on this panel, I have, I must speak in that sense. So I want to say that universities provide us with opportunities for leadership in a low-stake environment. Mistakes you make in your universities are the best learning grounds that you have. And you will have to find that, So that is the first step in leadership, finding what you want to lead, each individual one of you. And if you find where your passion lies, and you can then find the opportunity to lead while you're still in this environment to experiment, you will be honing that skill, you'll have a story to tell, and I think you'll find a direction in life. So it's critically important for universities to give it, but as important for you to find that within your organizations, because ultimately leadership is about breaking new grounds in a way, and you might have to break a new ground wherever you are in that sense. So universities today allow much more flexibility than in my time, and I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but it's true that a lot of the universities present in this room do allow that provision, and you have the chance to negotiate with your leadership around you, and you will find that that's a transferable skill. Now, to answer the other part as to without a degree, how did I get where I got, the answer is that you have to develop transferable skills. So one of the things is there are some common elements in terms of finding innovation, in joining the dots, and these are the things as anybody would develop, and the university will provide you opportunities, but you must find them for yourselves as well. And I think that the fact that you're in this room, you're extremely privileged, and with privilege comes some responsibilities, and I hope that you'll all become great leaders as you go along.
Thank you. And it just occurred to me whilst we were having that discussion that there is an important group of people who aren't, well, there are many important groups of people who aren't represented on the panel. We've only got a small number of us. But one of the groups that isn't represented on this panel, but is really critical in terms of collaboration between both industry and university, are of course politicians. Because in many cases, they are setting the frameworks in which both industry and universities work. For example, they set up the laws around financial reporting. And if they change those laws to say, actually, you need to think in 5 or 10 years terms, that would have a severe sounds negative, that would have a huge impact on the way that CEOs and COOs operate, because you are driven by the laws that govern you. Universities similarly driven by the laws. So what can we do from both within the higher education sector, but also critically from industry, to actually educate political leaders so that they can be more effective in supporting us to drive forward the SDGs? Who would like to?
Let me start with this. It's a difficult one, and I guess this is the time we should...
Sorry, I should say I was a politician at one point, but I didn't think short term enough, so I am now no longer a politician.
And one thing we can do, Duncan, is to elect the right politicians. And this is the role of every citizen. And we need to ask the right questions when we elect the politicians. Unfortunately, we don't. I see in many countries in Europe, for example, people don't ask the right questions. They don't ask the politicians what they will do with environment, with climate change, with renewable energies, with electric mobility, with waste management in cities. It's very political. It's very divisively political. And that's why I think the missing agenda when we elect politicians is those sustainable development goals and climate change. And how to change that? Again, we have an excellent book by Christiana Figueres, What to Do, and one of the lessons she says is to write the right questions, to make politicians accountable of what we do. And in democratic countries, and India is the biggest democracy in the world, that's the way to do that, to ask the right questions to politicians who aspire for power.
So I think two things over here from a university / student / academician perspective. So let's step back, and again we're talking about the role of universities. So our role is to challenge policy, influence policy. But how many of us are writing about policy, whether as students or not? So immediately after this meeting, meet Gaurav, write a book on what future of India should look like. But I think jokes apart, it's not just about us elites who will make the change. We need to make the belly of India change. And once that belly understands, when I meet the belly, I'm talking about the middle class, the lesser privileged, and below that. Politicians, in my opinion, are very, very smart. They are the smartest people around, Duncan. Once they understand the need of the pulse of the population, they can change gears very, very quickly. I think the bureaucrats are the ones which are the more difficult ones to handle. The politicians are the less ones to handle. But if we consistently write about policy, we consistently write about our views, and we can influence our fellow citizens, I think we'll be in a better way to influence the politicians.
I agree. I think if we start influencing, there are changes that we can see, and that has happened in past as well. But also you need to engage with right stakeholders in the government. One is going through, spreading that, sharing those thoughts, ideas, our policy, but also engaging with right sort of stakeholders inside the government. It's also important because while the politicians might feel the pulse and would want to make certain decisions and agree with Atul, it's the next layer, the bureaucracy, which kind of stalls or delays a lot of things. So you've got to have engagements there as well, especially in these sectors which have a social impact, environment impact. Larger engagement is required. But I keep coming back to my previous point of incentivization. I think that's a bigger problem that we need to solve if this change has to happen at scale, because that piece is still missing right now. And I agree with Gaurav when he said that, when we look at hiring from a particular perspective, it's a cost for us. And the first reaction is, how do I reduce my cost? Again, if there is some incentivization built around it for corporate when they're hiring, for students when they're in the institution learning, vis-a-vis my core subjects, if I'm spending some time here, it's an opportunity cost to me. But will this lead to something? Yes. Some organization, yes. But again, how do you do it at scale? There has to be some incentivization linked to it. That's a core area I think we need to solve, and I'm sure it'll, there are, examples we talked about where, there are some islands of excellence where we are solving for it, but I'm sure we'll get there. Yeah.
Hello. Okay, yeah. So what I was going to say was, from the British Council perspective, we have found that the way in which research is communicated is often so dense that people can't make out the full scope and impact of it. And we have a program for early career researchers on communicating their research finding for influencing policy. Because sometimes when you're saying something and the other person isn't hearing it, maybe we need to reflect how we're putting across our thoughts as well in that sense. And we hope that will kind of, sort of solve a little bit of the problem in that sense.
Excellent. Now I am about to open this for questions from the floor. So please, you've got a few seconds to think. Oh, you've already thought. Excellent. Well, we'll come in a second. But just before I did that, I did say the one thing that I think would have the biggest single impact on politicians would be if more young people voted. It's a problem that we see throughout the world, is that the people who vote are people in my age group, and the people who vote less are people in the young age group. In your age group, yes, obviously. And that's a real problem, because that imbalances, because politicians follow voters. They have to, otherwise they, like me, they stop being politicians. Involuntary, I might add. So I would say if we can get more young people to vote, people who have a vested interest, not just in the next 5 years, but in the 10, 20, 30 years, then that will have a big influence. Okay, but now we're going to come to the audience and ask questions, which means I'm going to have to move around with the microphone. I'm going to start here, and then I shall come to you, and then I'll come to you third. And when you ask a question, if you could just say who you are, where you're from, and for those of you who are academics, if you could please try and make them questions and keep them short.
Okay, hello everyone, my name is Mihika. I'm a second year student at Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability. So my question is to Ms. Ritika. I have a really basic question, ma'am. You talked about the shift from petroleum vehicles and industry to electronic in terms of skill development and the service sector. But we know that it isn't the best option. It's probably equally harmful. So can we afford to waste any more time on that, or should we be looking out for other options that might be more feasible or more effective?
Yeah. So I'd say that I was responding to a demand from the government, and you're right, because I am a biologist by training, so I do understand the implication. But that's the very, essence of things. So the green skilling should have gone above for people to understand that. Environment is such a complex area that it's absolutely impossible to find. This is a single isolated example, but there are hundreds of such cases, where you're doing green skills, moving from one to another chemical, which is equally harmful in many ways. So that is an example of where the skill demand is not at the level of university, but at the level of industry, which is already some way ahead, and there's a lot of investment already in that area in that sense. So yeah, that's an example, but I do agree that the skilling has to be at a different level and more comprehensive. And rather than targeting a single thing, generic skilling to be able to apply solutions and critical thinking is probably a better skill.
तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। आप सभी लोगों को मैं एक अच्छे गुरु के रूप में नमस्कार करता हूँ। मेरा परिचय, मैं पीयूष कांत दीक्षित, लाल बहादुर शास्त्री नेशनल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी में मैं एकेडमिक डीन हूँ। हमारे मंत्री जी ने भी उद्घाटन करते हुए ये कहा कि हमारी जो नीति है, हमारी विज्ञान की परंपरा है, वो है अयम निजः परो वेति गणना लघुचेतसाम उदार चरिता नाम तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। मेरा ये मानना है कि ये विश्वविद्यालय जो होते हैं वो इंजीनियर बनाने के लिए नहीं, वो चिकित्सक बनाने के लिए नहीं, बल्कि वो शिक्षक बनाने के लिए होते हैं। और जब से ये उद्देश्य विश्वविद्यालयों का बदला है, तब से मैं समझता हूँ कि जो वास्तविक विकास हमारे प्राचीन भारत में था और जिसके आधार पर हम भारत को पूरे विश्व का गुरु मानते थे, वो आधार ही कहीं पीछे छूट रहा है। तो क्या हमको ये नहीं मानना चाहिए कि विश्वविद्यालय की भूमिका तभी अच्छी तरह से हमारे सामने समाज के आ सकती है जब हम शिक्षक बनाएं? और ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, आप इस पर ध्यान दें। कोई भी व्यक्ति यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में जो पढ़ता है वो इंजीनियर बनना चाहता है, स्किल डेवलपमेंट करके अपने को समाज में प्रतिष्ठित करना चाहता है। लेकिन किसी भी क्षेत्र में, चाहे इंजीनियरिंग हो, चाहे चिकित्सा का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे साहित्य का क्षेत्र हो, कोई भी व्यक्ति अध्यापक बनना चाहता है नहीं। यदि ये विश्वविद्यालय अपना जो प्रमुख उद्देश्य है अध्यापक का निर्माण, कुशल टीचर का निर्माण, वो नहीं कर पाएंगे, तो कहाँ से इन सारी फील्ड्स में शिक्षा देने के लिए लोग आएंगे? और जब शिक्षक ही नहीं होगा, अच्छा मेडिकल की शिक्षा देने वाला, अच्छी इंजीनियरिंग की शिक्षा देने वाला, अच्छे व्यापार की शिक्षा देने वाला, तो किस तरह से हमारा अध्ययन आगे बढ़ेगा? और यही कारण था कि सुदामा और कृष्ण ये दोनों सांदीपनी के आश्रम में पढ़ते थे, लेकिन वो चाहे राजा हो, चाहे राजनीति में काम करने वाला हो, कृष्ण जैसा व्यक्ति, चाहे सुदामा सबसे पुअर व्यक्ति, दोनों का पहला उद्देश्य होता था कि गुरुकुल में या विश्वविद्यालय में जाकर के वो शिक्षक बने। और एक शिक्षक ही किसी भी क्षेत्र में जाकर के अच्छा कार्य कर सकता है। तो क्या इस दिशा में हमको सोचना नहीं चाहिए?
मैं आपका उत्तर दूंगा। सबसे पहले धन्यवाद, आपने ये प्रश्न पूछा। सो डंकन के लिए आई विल आंसर इन इंग्लिश फॉर यू डंकन। आई थिंक द क्वेश्चन इज should not the role of the universities also be to create great teachers apart from all that we're talking about? So it's a complex question, but I can only talk about myself. I went to IIT Kanpur, I became an engineer, like you said. I did my MBA and worked in consulting. Then I am a teacher now. And if people ask me, what do you do? I do not say I'm Vice Chancellor. I actually say I'm a teacher because I'm a very proud teacher. And the best moments of my life are when I sit in a class or I stand in a class and I influence students. I think those are absolutely stunning moments for any teacher, and there are many of them over here. So having said that, there are major challenges there are economic challenges in the country, and I think it's an evolutionary process. So my belief is, as there are more high quality universities in India that come about, like Jindal or Shulini and the others, And as we provide more economic benefits to teachers, which means more salaries, you'll see better and better talent getting into academia. We need to realize that we're all human beings, and while we're ready to take some discounting, I can take a 30% discount because I love my job, but beyond a point, I will go to industry if they're paying 10 times more. So I think it's an evolutionary thing. Next 10 years, in my opinion, if market forces come into play, new universities come, there's progress in the industry, you will see this problem getting solved. That's my opinion about it.
I'm just going to come in briefly on this because one of the challenges we faced when we tried to interpret the SDGs from a higher education perspective is that they aren't written for higher education. In fact, SDG 4 doesn't really mentions universities once. All the other targets focus on things like primary education and lifelong learning. Now, lifelong learning is clearly vitally important in industry. You know, that we need to have a mechanism for our workers to be able to reskill as time goes by because things change. But we also, I feel, need to do more work across the world around primary education, because without dealing with primary and pre-primary education and giving respect to the people who teach at those levels, then we will never have equality in our universities, because simply people will not get the opportunity to even get secondary education, never mind university education. So it's really critical that we don't always think about this from the perspective of higher education. We also understand the critical value of early years and primary education as well. But thank you for the comment.
All right, so good afternoon, lady and gentlemen.
At least we aren't a manel.
Yes, it's not a manel. Good. I'm Archana Mantri, and I'm Vice Chancellor of Chitkara University, Punjab. My question is about the Sustainable Development Goals and how to convert them into action. So, essentially, SDGs are the goals which are provided by UN. And when it comes to translating them into action, there are certain confusions. So my question to you all is, anyone can answer, or more of you can answer, is how important or futile it is to convert those goals into objectives for each organization so that they are translated into actions.
I'm so glad someone from industry decided to step up to the plate for this.
I'll come from the industry perspective. And so how we see it, and some of the goals that are there, we might not act on all of them, but we prioritize that these 6 are more key for us as an organization, as a leadership. We agree on this. And then there is a roadmap and it's a measurable, trackable roadmap that we create for each one of them. For example, one of them is gender equality. Then how do I ensure that there is gender participation across all levels? So then you have some base data to look at. You know, for example, at level 1 and 2, what is the percentage participation of women in the workforce? And you move up, right? And then you need to have very honest discussion internally to understand, discuss, and agree whether this is the right level at which we should operate or not. And then what are the right targets we should have, maybe 2 years down the line, 5 years down the line, and then how do we go there? And if we have those very clear, measurable targets, someone is accountable for it, which is HR in this case, things will fall in line. Mostly they will fall in line. I mean, there's obviously some variance, plus minus 10%, but things fall in line. But obviously as an organization, as an institute, you can't probably focus on all 17 of those SDGs, but obviously you need to prioritize your own, create that framework, measurable, trackable, which is what I feel is more important. And if you can break them down, I think it's doable.
I have a follow-up question on that, sir.
Okay, well, follow-up questions, but we will come to you. I will make sure that there is time for that. Follow-up questions.
So when you mention...
Sorry, name and where you're coming from, please.
Tarun, I'm Shweta, and I'm an independent researcher. I have been working on something called ethical intelligence, and I have been reading the traditional texts lately. So we measure IQ, we measure EQ, and the first thing in intelligence is the problem identification. We all know the sustainable goals. These are the problems. We have the solutions. We just have to make the choices. Are we intelligent enough to choose it? Can we measure them in humans rather than corporations? Can we develop a framework? There's a lot of knowledge that exists, but can we make a measurable system out of it through research, collaborative research, where we can find out more ethically or sustainably intelligent human beings who work with the environment?
I was tempted to put that to a vote, but it's I'm worried what the answer might be. Sorry, I'm going to move on to the next question though, and we'll try and incorporate answers to that in our response. Or a member of the audience can answer you.
So, honorable dignitaries and all the VCs present here and dear students, I am from the Dalbagh Educational Institute, myself Professor Rupali Sasangi. I am, basically my area of research is development economics, but I am expert in mapping SDGs with university activities. Even I contributed in realizing SDGs by higher education, and I said, I think you people didn't know about that. The Shuldi Institute, they have developed one very good research paper with the implementation booklet. So I just needed that to the sir, that please circulate that link to everybody, those who are present here. It is very easy to attain it. We are attaining. All the universities are working to it, but we are somewhere ignorant, or we don't know how to map these activities with the SDGs. I recently visited to IIT Roorkee, and there they will call it that is just only the concrete jungle. There is no sustainability. So you cannot imagine, we needed sustainable infrastructure also. So as she said that, yes, we needed. The best thing which we needed here, as I can connect with the G20 University Impact Summit, that is we have Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. And the main meal, the outcome of this, only we can achieve this through of the sharing economy or sharing of resources. I request to the big universities, those who are respective, they are established, they can share their resources with the universities, those who are working on this path. So when we are doing, because this is a global summit, the SDGs are made for, I present even UN also with this regard, and they also said that another thing which we attain, that is minimalism. We have to minimize our, because we know we are right now living in the planet where we have scarcity, not the abundance. So this is, we have to realize, the day we realized it, we can do it. And I can say all the universities are working towards it, but somehow we didn't know. Recently we comes to here and comes to know how to register our university's activity. So we do so, and then you will see the India performance in this regard, and definitely I showed you that we are in the top 500 in the world universities. We are working towards, because we have biodiversity, we have integration, we have culture, and we are very sensitive people towards the humanism. So we can achieve. That's why even the whole world seeing towards us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I just request to sir also, please share that link also. That is very good book. It tells about the implementation and how we combine it, and they did a very good effort with the this University Association, Pankaj, AIU. Very good book. You can go through it, just map your activities, and you can register in this. This is very good approach. And they did a remarkable job for that. Once you go through of that report, you will realize that it is really a very good book. Thank you.
Thank you. So
no, you just made me blush, so thank you.
Right.
I want half a second to respond to you. The way you need to think about any process, because you asked this question in you, is you can run an organization either as a process or as a culture. And I would encourage all of us to build the culture inside the organization and don't make it mechanical. I think that's really where the goals will come in.
So, we are approaching the end of the session. I'm going to forewarn my... No. You've been at the front. You're allowed to talk at other times. I'm going to ask my panelists for one final question. I'm going to take a question from the audience first, but I'm giving them forewarning because it's a little unfair otherwise. I want everyone on the panel to think of one concrete thing that you will commit to doing to re-engage universities and industry around the SDGs. Okay, so that's, and you've got about, well, let's see how long the question is. Could be 20 seconds, it could be 5 minutes, we don't know yet. So you can be thinking about that whilst we go to our final audience question.
It could be a controversial question, but while it's great to plant trees and all of the ones you're cutting for the use of paper like you mentioned, why is this not being efficiently directed towards ocean regulation, cleaning Yamuna for example? And usually we focus on statements like plant more trees or save turtles by cutting the use of plastic. What about the ocean regulation bans? Like many countries rule out of whaling, fishing bans and all of that. So why is illegal fishing on a rise, and why is this all not being regulated, and why is it usually just about saving trees and not about the marine life?
I can't answer the question on the marine life. I wish I could. My approach is very simple, right? I can't solve for everything. I can only solve for the area as a start point where I play. I play in an area where we are cutting trees or we're utilizing pulp for paper, right? So that's where I can give back. And for me, that's a very simplistic approach, I know, but it's a start point. And I do think that all of us as individuals, as teachers, as organizations, need to start in an area where we can make maximum impact. Because if we try and do everything, we'll end up doing nothing. So focus for me is important. As I said, for us, it's directly correlated with what we do. And I will leave the ocean and the water to.
But isn't that what we've been doing? Leaving things for other people usually?
No, I'm not leaving it to anyone. Let me clarify that.
Not you, but
Let me clarify that. I think the approach is that if each of us was to impact the area we play in, right, that will accumulate into action. Now, if I'm not impacting the area I play in, and I try and clean up the Yamuna, I guarantee you it's not going to happen because it's not possible, right? So my suggestion would be that contribute in the area that you play in. Once you kind of achieve that goal, think about the next step. And I completely agree with you. I think many a times we just pass on the baton and say, it's up to you. But again, I go back to the point. If we play and we solve for where we are, that's an incremental first step. I think if we think in increments, that's my approach, as opposed to scale. Each one of us, there's about 100 of us here, we do one little thing. It's going to amount to something substantial.
I mean, I'm just going to give you a very simplistic answer. Planting a tree is a small thing and it's very obvious. So it's an easy thing to communicate and we all go out and do it. But if you think about cleaning the Yamuna, it's a way more complex thing, because my question back to you is going to be, can you decrease the amount of time you spend in the shower? Can you make sure that you use more organic soaps when you use it? So start becoming more aware about things that you can do, and hopefully if all of us collectively do it, Yamuna will be cleaner.
And the final thing I'll say on that, of course, is something that's been known for a long time. It's a lot easier to campaign for things that are pretty than things that are ugly. Slime moles are just as endangered as giant pandas, but they're really not very pretty to look at. Okay, so I did warn my panel that I would ask them for one concrete thing to do. I think you're going to save the oceans?
You should start from there, considering she put me on the spot.
I'll give you a little bit more time to think. I think that is fair. So, one concrete action that you will commit to doing to help bring universities and industry back together around the SDG. It can be quite small.
So instead of one, I'll probably say two. One is, engage more proactively with the universities, and if we can contribute, we'll contribute there. Second is because we're at a very unique position of where industry and academia interact. We'll also start engaging with other corporates on how do you, for example, what other skills that could be looked at while, when corporates go to campus for hiring. Is there some value add that can be done there? That's some area we can look at.
Well, there are many things, but one thing OP Jindal does is being vegetarian. Entirely vegetarian campus, very easy to do, and quite significant, you might say.
So I think in terms of, so I wanted to say there's two of us here in this chair. One who's a member of the British Council or any of the organizations we represent, and one is as a person, you know, in our individual capacities. So speaking from the British Council's perspective, we have very strong goals set in our targets for carbon reductions, you know, processes for determining when it is good for a person to travel, how much travel we do. We do a lot of flying in our work, so we're very conscious of reducing that. Individually, we have to think about those things. But organizationally, we are ahead of the curve, I would say, because as you know that we've already put out a call, a grant, you know, put in our money in terms of supporting industry, academia linkages. So one of my commitment is to look for a bit more fund for that work, because opportunity cost in this is quite significant. And the other thing is within the grant call to increase the criteria weightages for sustainable development goals and environmental work that we do. We do gender equity is also another thing. But you see, one of the problems as I was thinking through it is nearly everything links back to one or the other of the goals, you know. So are you going to, you know, trade off gender equity for environment? Are you going to trade off EDI goals for that? So, you know, it's that balancing act. But definitely all of the criterias that we have, we review them with the lens of how they support SDG goals.
I'm going to be a little more philosophical over here. So I would, and I do try to play this role, be the evangelist to give belief to corporates and industry that they can really make a difference. Because if that belief comes in, then change can happen. And I'm going to end it with a small dialogue of Shah Rukh Khan. इतनी शिद्दत से तुम्हें पाने की कोशिश की है कि हर ज़र्रे ने हमें मिलाने की कोशिश की है, साजिश की है. किसी भी चीज़ को दिल जान से चाहो तो पूरी कायनात उसको आपसे मिलाने में लग जाती है, और ये सच है. If you do something with a purpose, the whole world conspires to make it happen. So let us go out, speak to industry, make them believe that this purpose is critical, and you'll see that the change will happen. Thank you.
I'm going to follow him.
Welcome to the team.
That's the kind of partnership we were hoping for. Well done.
No, I think it's for me it's a call to action. We've done this with Ashoka, and you know we're happy to do this with OP Jindal to begin with as well. You know, in the library we're in the business of books. We have created a section for Penguin Books because we do think that reading, as I said, you know, it impacts minds and hearts. I think a lot of you guys here are from the environment department at OP Jindal. So if you guys are interested, happy for you to either reach out to me or, you know, if someone from the university can. And Penguin will be more than happy to provide you with books pertaining to the environment and ecology on a rolling basis. So that's the call to action.
You forgot Shulini.
Well, let me start with OP and of course Shulini as well.
And also JNU.
Absolutely.
Any university.
Any university. Come on through.
Okay. So with that, thank you very much to my panelists. Particular thanks to those who have taken tough questions, because some of the questions were easier than others, I should emphasize. We only had one woman on the panel, but I'm really pleased to say that most of our questions, the vast overwhelming number of our questions, came from women in the audience. That's a brilliant testament to the women here. Thank you all for coming and listening to us. And now, I believe, we're heading towards lunch.
Yeah, done.
Ah, felicitation of the panelists.
So we get a gift.
Duncan, please do the honors. You are the chair, so yeah, thank you. For the audience, your lunch boxes, you will get it inside, so you can put the lunch boxes in the place, you know, where you want to eat, and then you should go out for your break. But please take your lunch boxes; that will be given to you inside the auditorium. Thank you.
And also.
Thank you, Atul.
Allow me to. See, I've never ever had to bestow honours on someone.
Yeah, sure. The panelists, please stay. We'll have a group photo, please, at the end.
We need to go off. I think I got
Sorry, I haven't got my glasses on. I can't see where I'm anything out. No, It's downstairs. Oh, you already got? I've already got. I've got three of them. I will never be cold again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't see you.
No. I've been nominated by my Vice Chancellor. I'm Professor Management coming from Bhagat Pur Singh Women University, Sonipat.
So this should work with your vote.
And Sydney's coming. Monash as well. Yeah. So you work with.
Please settle down.
You work with Simon Broderick from the University of Sydney. Well, I know Sean.
Welcome back from the break. We now have Mr. Duncan Ross give his reflections on the Times Higher Education report on the theme, Higher Education's Role in Advancing the SDGs in the G20, Progress and Opportunities.
Hello again. So once more, firstly, thank you all for coming back after lunch. It's always a good start. My name's Duncan Ross. I'm Chief Data Officer for Times Higher Education. I just got asked a brilliant question there, which was, what exactly does that mean? Well, it's an interesting question because when I went to university, the university I went to didn't even have a computing science degree. So nothing I learned at university could directly prepare me for this role. But essentially I started off life as a data scientist, so I was working in neural networks trying to use computers to calculate things for those of you who, let's see how many people are old here. Do you remember 486s, Raj?
No.
Liar.
I've always, kept myself so away from science.
So away from science. Computers used to have these i86 chips called 486s, which were very, very slow. The kind of slow where you basically put your coffee down, you set something off, you'd go away, have coffee, come back, it would still be on the first iteration, you'd go back, you'd make yourself a meal, etc. Anyway, I ended up working in data, and I enjoy working in data because data tells us a lot about the world. It's not a perfect reflection of the world, but sometimes it's the best reflection we can get. And one of the nice things about working with data is that there are a bunch of techniques to help us to understand what's correct and what isn't correct, and more importantly, the boundaries of error. Error is really important when it comes to stats and data. And one of the areas that I've been working in is data from universities about sustainability. And that's the basis of the report that we've launched today. It's looking at higher education's role in delivering the SDGs through the data that they've provided. And my slide advancer isn't going to work, evidently. Tech help. See, I deal with data, not with computers. There's a subtle difference. Anyway, whilst we're waiting for that, so as you'll have heard earlier on, I firmly believe that universities have a key role to play in delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals. And not just SDG 4. Aha, it's working.
Duncan, can you push the podium to your right side further so that they can see the screen there? Yeah.
You just don't like my face. Okay, so the time to deliver on the SDGs is now. There is no time to waste. We need to energize the sector. We need to have the sector, higher education, being as effective as it can be. And that means that we need to take steps. We need to recognize the work that's already been done, because a lot of work has been done, but we also need to push forwards and make the most of this precious resource. And as I said, it's not just SDG 4, it's all the SDGs. Every single one of the SDGs has a role for higher education. And so that's the report we're launching. And for those of you who want, there's a QR code at the end and you can click on it and it will download or give you access to the website. I didn't put it at the beginning because I learned a long time ago, if you hand out material at the beginning of your lecture, what happens? Everyone reads it and goes home, okay? So, the data that this is based on is the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings. We launched these in 2019. It's a ranking of universities. Now, rankings of universities are problematic, okay? Then because they take these wonderful complex things that are universities and they distill them down to a single number. Okay, so they're never going to be a perfect representation anyway. But they can help us to understand what's going on, and they do reflect a way that we all behave. If I ask you what your favourite football team is, those of you who follow football or cricket, you will have an answer. Okay, and that answer is essentially you will be able to prioritize. You'll be able to say this one's the best, this one's second best, and then you will come up with a series of irrational arguments about why your team is best even though it never wins the games. That's the nature of the world, and rankings are the same. You will see the list, it will have Oxford at the top and then Harvard and so on and so on, and you will be saying, but my university is better than those in ways I can't quite express here today, but it is. Okay. People interact with rankings, they interact with lists. Lists are useful because they highlight some things, but they also conceal some things. So whenever you look at a ranking, always look at it with that in mind. It will tell you some things, but there are other things that it can't tell you. Nevertheless, the impact rankings were set up. Why did we do it? At the time, there were no global rankings that looked explicitly at how universities were trying to address the SDGs. And we thought it was important to do that. Existing rankings, global rankings, tend to focus on research-intensive activity. They say, which are the universities that are best at doing research? And there is a strong correlation between how old a university is, how much money a university has, and how good they are at research. And some of that's just a factor of history. Some of it's the undoubted truth that if having lots of money doesn't guarantee you can do good research, but it's really hard to do good research if you don't have lots of money. So there is a correlation there. And that meant that the global rankings tend to have universities from the UK, the US, etc. at the top, potentially unfairly. But when we look at sustainability, we can't do that because sustainability isn't something that recognizes money in quite the same way. I mean, I wish Harvard would spend all of its $36 billion on sustainability. That would be great, but they're not going to. But in our sustainability rankings, in our impact rankings, we needed to recognize universities around the world, and we needed to give universities around the world an opportunity to demonstrate the brilliant work they were already doing. We now have 1,705 universities from 115 countries and regions. Apologies for the and regions bit. This is because something I never expected to do when I got into data was to have to deal with international incidents. So, for example, North Cyprus isn't recognized as a country, but does have universities. Taiwan isn't recognized as a country by another large country in the region who shall remain nameless, but let's call them country C. And so we disguise it, say, countries and regions. Critically, we have universities from across the world, Global North and Global South, participating and also performing well. That's another key factor here. This ranking has to try and be more equitable than traditional rankings if it is to really reflect sustainability. And the 4 ways that I think that universities can directly impact the SDGs, I mentioned these earlier. Research. Do great research and you can support the SDGs. If you research into clean water technologies, that's great. That helps SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. Second way, stewardship, looking after the resources you have, people as well as your physical environment. That's critical. But there are 2 other ways. Outreach. Universities work with their communities, and they can lead their communities and support their communities. Now, universities have always done this, but it's very rarely recognized, often because it's individuals working outside the ambit of the university, or traditionally that's what's happened. Increasingly, universities themselves are directly working with their community, and we leave the phrase community deliberately vague. You can define that how you like. In some cases, that might be a very tight geographical group, or it might be a group of people who are more dispersed. You might be working with refugee communities, for example. The key thing is that universities have a leadership role. And finally, of course, teaching. Yes, providing specific skills, but also more broadly, making sure that all of you, when you leave university, know what it means to be a sustainable citizen in whatever role you take in life. Whether your role is leading a country or leading a family. Doesn't matter. You need to be sustainable in your approach. So what we did is we took the 17 SDGs and the 100 and something, I can't remember them, 169 targets. The UN keeps adding targets, it's very confusing. 169 targets and about 223 indicators under the targets. And we went through and we applied this theory of change, and we went through for each one and said, what might that mean for a university? And let's collect data on that. So looking at that data, what progress have we seen? And I'm going to focus briefly on 3 areas. The first one is around measurement. Now, measurement is critical. If we don't understand what it is we're doing, if we don't have a way of baselining that, it's hard to understand if any actions we take have a positive effect. Now, here's some background data on India. This should all be fairly familiar to you. We heard earlier, India is a young country. Only 10%, well, the ratio of your old age, the ratio of people of older than working age to working age is 10%, which is very, very low. If you look at Japan, if you look at the US and the UK, you'll see much higher ratios there because we have a much older population. Your educational achievement, though, is lower than other Asian countries and lower than the world averages there. That's 12% of, and this was from the 2021 data, by the way. Only 12% of people from India have been educated to a bachelor's degree level or higher. That compares to 17% across Asia as general. So there's a gap there which can be filled. And of course, the GDP of India is lower. It's only it's about $6,900 it was in 2021, compared to much higher numbers elsewhere in Asia and in the world. So this is the background of where you're at as a country. The progress that your country is making is great, but you're starting from a relatively low level. But that doesn't mean you're not working on the SDGs. Now, part of the way that the impact ranking works is we allow universities to choose which SDGs they want to provide data for. They don't have to provide data for all of them. Okay, let's see if anyone's awake. Why do you think we didn't make universities provide data for all 17 SDGs? That's a good answer. They might not be focusing on all 17. Any other reasons? That's a great answer, but it's not the answer, not the reason we did it originally. It's a simple one. Providing the data takes a lot of work, and not all universities are going to be able to do that. Particularly universities from the global south aren't going to be able to do that. So if we said provide data for all 17 SDGs, we would have had a ranking that was full of UK, European universities and very few universities from the global south. So we took a decision to say just provide us with the data for the SDGs that you are focusing on. And as a result, we see that not all countries are focusing on the same SDGs. Looking at the G20 countries, the most popular SDG for Argentina, for example, is SDG 1, no poverty. This is also a test, by the way. You can shout out an SDG number and see if I can remember what it is. India, in contrast, the most popular SDG is SDG 4, quality education. But this alone doesn't tell the full story for a very good reason, which is that we might not be asking equally easy questions across all the SDGs. It may be that the questions in SDG, or SDG isn't there, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, maybe those are really hard questions. Maybe it's not fair. So what we did is we took the distribution of all universities across the world, which SDGs they chose to submit to, and we used that as the baseline. And from there we can contrast that. We can say, well, what do Indian universities look like when we compare them with the baseline? And this is what we see. So anything that's above the line says that Indian universities are more likely than other universities in the world to supply the data. Below the line, they are less likely. Actually, I'm slightly cheating. This isn't the world baseline, it's the G20 baseline. But there are enough universities there that they're very, very similar. And what we see here, firstly, is that Indian universities are typically providing data to fewer SDGs because it takes time, it takes effort, and they're not all geared up to do so. That in itself is something that we can grow over time. Okay, it's not necessarily a problem. But what we do see is that some SDGs really are a focus for India, in particular SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. Followed by SDG 7, which is clean and affordable energy, and then you go down to probably SDG 5, in fact definitely SDG 5, gender equality. So these are the relative focus areas for Indian universities, and the fact that Indian universities and universities around the world are willing to measure themselves against all 17 SDGs and are able to demonstrate their different focuses is really positive. Because that tells me that Indian universities are focusing on the things that matter here. You're not focusing on the same things as they are in Argentina. Why would you? Different challenges. And so measurement is the first thing. That's a really positive progress to see. The second one, which I'm going to spend less time on because a lot of that was the background helping you to understand the data. The second area of progress is around engagement. more universities are becoming more involved in the SDGs. Our evidence for this, amongst other things, is the participation we see in events like this. This is really brilliant to see. We ran a Global Sustainable Development Congress in Saudi Arabia in June. Saudi Arabia isn't the easiest country to get people to go to. We had over 1,200 people attend in person and many more online. So this commitment from the sector is really positive and it's growing. And these are the numbers for universities in the impact rankings. When we started in 2019, we only had 541 universities. We now have 1,705, and we hope to grow that significantly going forwards. For those of you who, I know there are some teachers in the room, universities are exactly like undergraduate students. You set them a deadline, and you wait, and you wait, and you wait, and at 5 o'clock on deadline day, suddenly essays appear. Along with excuses saying things like, the dog ate my data submission, please can I have another week? So we see the same kind of thing with universities, they supply the data late. But it's really positive that so many are involved and from so many parts of the world. So engagement is the second thing. Universities are demonstrating their commitment by measuring, and that measurement is growing and the number of universities participating is growing. And universities are genuinely having an impact. When we evaluate them against the metrics we've chosen, we see fantastic results and we see fantastic work being done. Now, these are the average scores for Indian universities, so they conceal a lot. Within that, there are some universities who are flying very high indeed. But one of the pieces of homework I would give you is to think about the difference between the SDGs here that Indian universities are performing most strongly in and the ones where they are submitting most data, because there's not a perfect match. That is something we'll come back to later. It's not necessarily a problem, by the way, it's just the way the world is. You know, there's more work to be done in some areas, but for example, SDG 6 doesn't stand out here in the way that it did on the previous graph. In fact, SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production, is alongside SDG 7, I'd say, and amongst the highest ones in terms of the work that's being done here in India. But the impact is there. The things that universities are doing are having an effect on the world, a real change. So what are the opportunities we're highlighting in the report then? Well, there are three, because my rhetoric teacher told me always put things in threes. The first thing is something that comes out of the research data we use. Now, this is based on Elsevier's Scopus database. Elsevier is one of the bibliometric suppliers, but I've seen Clarivate, who produce Web of Science, I've seen their data, and it's very, very similar in nature. What they've done is they've gone through all of the articles that were published, and they've identified which ones relate to one or more SDGs. And we can see here from this chart that SDG 3, good health and well-being, has by far the most research done. Now that shouldn't surprise us, because SDG 3, good health and well-being, is associated with medicine. Medics publish lots and lots of papers. We should be very grateful for that. Medicine's moving forwards, and you lot will probably live longer than my generation, and so on. That's a good thing. However, it's problematic when we look at the bottom, because some of the SDGs at the bottom, which the people at the back won't be able to see, so I will tell you what they are. The lowest SDG, with only 71,000 publications, is SDG 1, no poverty. It's striking to me that SDG 1, no poverty, and SDG 3, good health and well-being, are in such opposition because poverty underpins many health conditions. Followed by SDG 5, gender equality, with about 126,000 publications. So you can see there's an imbalance there. Now, some of that is going to be about the nature of the subjects involved. Social sciences publish less, we know that. But it still suggests that there is a need for us to do some work to rebalance that research equation and make sure that we are researching effective ways of dealing with issues around poverty in the same way that we're researching how to deal with health. If I was going to be really, really cynical about this, I would say, again, I'm going to reach out to the older people in the audience. Does anyone here remember Tom Lehrer? No? Oh, he's a mathematician at Harvard. He went away and discovered there was more money to be made in writing satirical songs than there was in being a mathematician at Harvard. Anyway, he once said that he knew someone who was a doctor who specialized in the diseases of the rich. And I think that part of this is explained by that. Because health is something that attracts money and where rich people have an investment in it. Poverty, by definition, is not. So I think there's a challenge there. And the challenge, by the way, is not just to universities. The challenge is also to our funders. Because it's all very well saying, I'd like to do more research into poverty, but if no one's going to pay us to do that, that research isn't going to happen, or it's unlikely to happen. So that would be the challenge to any politicians in the room. Find more money to research into things that need research, rather than we'll give you a nice shiny hospital. The second opportunity is about partnerships. It's about building stronger links. And this is actually a quote from the original SDG documentation. Strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnerships for sustainable development, which is wordy UN speak for saying we all need to work together. But how can we do this in a data-led way? Well, go back to those two charts I showed you, one of which showed the performance of universities in India, the other one which showed the focus of universities in India. Put that demand and that output together. Look for situations where there are other members of G20 who are performing strongly in the SDGs that you have a strong interest in. Make those partnerships. Look for those universities. Make sure they also understand that this isn't a one-way conversation. It's not about them giving you help in some paternalistic way. It's about you opening their eyes to the realities of problems. That's why you have focus. And getting them to understand how to make sensible and practical advances. Partnerships are really difficult, by the way. It's easy to say partnerships, just go and do them. But most partnerships in the real world fail. Okay? The secret to good partnerships is a deep set of links. And that set of links, yes, will involve research, but it should also involve students, student exchanges, student learning opportunities. That's how you build successful deep partnerships. Partnerships can also be between universities and industry. We had a panel on that earlier. You may remember that. I hope you remember that, because it was just before lunch. I was chairing it, so I want you to remember that panel. They can be between universities and government, and that, I think, is the final challenge or the final opportunity here, which is actually building that out so that governments make more of the fantastic resource they have in universities. Use them to develop stronger and evidence-based policies. Policies that take account of the real world and take account of great research that shows what works and shows what doesn't work. Governments around the world are sometimes good at this and sometimes they are less good at this. Bear in mind, I come from a country which has had 3 different governments in the last year. Some governments lasting less long than a lettuce. So, there is good government and there is bad government, but governments must make more use of their universities. They must listen to them more, but they should also, hopefully, do a better job of telling us when they have listened to universities, so we can actually track that and see when research is effective. Because this is one of the differences between social science research and policy research and health research. In health research, you create a clinical trial. You have people who have the vaccine and people who have a placebo, and you evaluate it at the end, and you get a number that tells you, was my vaccine successful? Yes, it was. Just want to make that absolutely clear in case there are any vaccine deniers in the audience. The vaccine works. But for social science, you often don't see that. You don't see what comes out of your research. You don't even necessarily know if the government has used it or recognized it. And I hope that governments can do a better job of reflecting that, because then in turn we can track that and monitor that and see the effectiveness of universities supporting policy. So there we have it. If anyone is from a university who isn't currently in the impact rankings and would like to join, there is a QR code that you can click on. It will take you to a landing page which has a doom-laden video by me. We would love to have every university in the world joining that ranking. Not least because we don't know how many universities there are in the world, so if we ever did get every university in the world, we'd at least know that number, which would be great. But if you want to download the report, it's not long. It's about 3,500 words or something like that. So it's very digestible. It has pictures, graphs, that kind of thing. Please do scan that QR code, and that will allow you to download a copy. But thank you so much for listening to me. I hope that was useful. Do we have any time for questions or not? We're allowed to take 2 questions, not comments. 2 questions. If anyone has any, if you don't have any, we can move straight on.
Sorry, Duncan, just a small question. Is there a way of neutralizing the STEM dominance by giving some extra concessions to universities which are exclusively social sciences? I heard you say in the morning that you attach a lot of importance to humanities and social sciences. But if your ranking system is going to say STEM, 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 then I think you're putting a lot of universities at a disadvantage.
So there are some challenges with the way that the SDGs are written in that sense, because the SDGs, a lot of the SDGs have that STEMmy nature to them. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. And one of the decisions we made early on when we were creating the rankings, that we were going to stick to the SDGs rather than creating a new framework for sustainability. Having said that, remember those 4 different ways that universities can participate or can demonstrate the work they're doing. Community action doesn't need to be STEM focused. The sustainability work you're doing on campus might be STEM influenced, but fundamentally it's about doing things. And the teaching certainly can be broader than just STEM. Absolutely, this idea of saying that we want to have well-rounded people who understand sustainability in its broadest sense is critical there. I would say that this is something that is less STEM biased than some of the research rankings. But the difficulty there is in the SDGs themselves. And again, coming back to my point I made earlier on, when it comes to redefining what the SDGs can be, which I think is a goal for us for the future, that I think is an area where we do need to bring that humanity back into them and actually emphasize that common human core of values that underpins all of sustainability. Well, in that case, with that, I promise you I didn't plant that question. Excellent question from an esteemed speaker. Thank you so much for listening to me. I hope you find the report interesting and valuable. If you have any further questions, do contact me in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the key findings of the report and also distilling such complex information in a comprehensive manner.
I know he's getting up there.
We will now move to the second panel for the day. May I invite Ms. Malshri Garg, partner at KPMG, Mr. Matthew Johnson, Minister Counselor, Australian High Commissioner, Ms. Rakhi Malik, Director and Head HR at Kearney, Professor Dr. Ananya Mukherjee, Vice Chancellor at Shiv Nanda University, Professor R. Sudarshan, Dean at General School of Government and Public Policy, and Professor Dr. Mohan Kumar, who will be chairing this panel.
We are appearing, we applied to THE first time this year. We are about 2 decades old institute.
Congratulations.
Let's see what's the outcome.
Excellent.
I'm connected with you. I was about to.
Okay, so this is going to be difficult. Everybody has had a meal. I'm not saying it's a sumptuous meal, but it was a meal. And so nice of you all to kind of stay back and attend this seminar or panel. What I'm going to do is, if I can just change things a little bit and request the panelists to make opening remarks lasting no more than 5 minutes. And I'll begin by saying what I said in the morning, but I see the audience is slightly different, so I will repeat it, seeking your indulgence. I think you're going to have a global United Nations SDG report 2023, which is going to be released on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly on 18th and 19th of September, not very far from today. You know, there is a UN tamasha called the General Assembly. It's kind of a jamboree which happens in the month of September. New Yorkers hate it. Vaseline knows that. All diplomats are allowed to park wherever they want, so the New Yorkers hate that. So we don't pay parking fines, as you know, at least in my previous life. So I think the important thing, though, is that the UN SDG report has already released an advanced version, and since all of you have bothered to stay back for this session, I would very earnestly request you to take a look at it. The advanced version of the unedited version of the UN Global Sustainable Development Goal Report 2023 is available online. Just Google UN, you will get it. It makes for very somber reading, frankly. The UN Secretary General says that half of the world has been left behind, and if governments don't take actions along with the private sector and the stakeholders, this is going, the UN 2030 agenda, he thinks, or I'm quoting him, will be the epitaph of the world we would have seen. So he goes as far as to, he's really sounding the warning bells, if you like. This is serious. On most of the yardsticks, SDG, countries are just way behind. You can use the pandemic as an excuse, and if nothing else works, you can always blame Putin, right? That's what we do these days. I'm joking. So you can say the Russian war in Ukraine, the pandemic, whatever. The fact of the matter is, these goals are not going to be realized unless, this is the halfway mark, by the way. 2015 is when it was established. 2030 is when those goals were meant to be achieved by governments. We are exactly at the halfway mark, and it doesn't sound good. In the light of this, to kind of say beyond SDGs, envisioning a world of global sustainability seems a tad ambitious to me, because the immediate question that arises, at least in my mind, is implement the wretched goals now, and then we will talk about future goals. But as Duncan said, and he's still there, Duncan said very rightly, and I think he has inside information, I agree with it, by the way, he thinks that the SDG goals themselves will not change, but the targets, I think, will be tweaked. That's what you said, Duncan. I completely agree. Because the goals themselves are so broad. I mean, there is an expression called wicked problems in life. And SDG is a wicked problem, not liable to easy solutions, and therefore it goes on and on. So I don't believe the goals themselves will change radically, but I want to know where our panelists are coming from. So Matthew, you're going to hate me for this, but if I can put you on the mat, we will start with you, and then I'll go to the lady, and as usual, my colleague and senior colleague Sudarshan will have the last word, as you always do. So Matthew, if I can request you to please.
Absolutely, you never have to worry about asking me to have the first word. I'm always sort of ready for multiple different permutations of when we need to speak, so very happy to do it. So my name's Matthew Johnston. I am the Minister Counsellor for Education and Research here at the Australian High Commission. That's just a fancy diplomat name for I'm in charge of our education department, our engagements in education here in India and across the region. I'm an education diplomat, so I work for our Ministry of Education in Australia, and Australia's a little bit unusual around the world in sending subject matter specialists or experts from line ministries out on diplomatic missions. We're very lucky to be able to do that. So my background and what I'm going to talk about here is I guess SDG 4 is the obvious one, right? You know, access to quality education, promoting greater accessibility and inclusivity. And we discussed this fair bit in the education working group for G20 this year. I was a member of that working group, and really I think as you would rightly expect for a room full of bureaucrats from education ministries, we were quite obsessed with it. And thinking about, what are the next steps beyond the SDGs that we as members of the G20 wanted to try and enunciate to the world. I would say India's presidency was very ambitious and was trying to drive us, and did drive us very well towards being more practical and action-oriented, towards how you actually implement the SDGs in practice, because the statements are lofty, the targets are very ambitious, and the means to get there are not unified. So the G20 was an opportunity to try and say, what are some of the means we can work to together and agree on to have some hope of getting towards some of those SDGs. So we focused on foundational learning and numeracy. We focused on tools for implementing greater access to education. There was a lot about the use of technology. How do you ensure that technology and digital tools are of high quality? Because it's fine to say, oh, we're going to, as we've done in Australia for many, many decades, have the School of the Air, where people living in remote or far-flung communities can have access to schooling by virtue of the technology that was available at that particular point in time. But if you don't have agreed quality standards around the use of that technology, if you don't have clear goals around the outcomes you want to get in terms of learning, what's the point? Yes, digital technology is very good, but it doesn't sort of replace the forum like what we have here, where we can interact with each other sort of face to face. There are a number of other areas as well that we all focused on: lifelong learning, connecting industry and universities, and fostering greater collaboration. And we made some suggestions in the outcome document, which is published for everyone to see, about how we want to, as G20 countries, collaborate better and stronger on education. One of the areas that I think we can do better, leveraging what Duncan was talking about as one of the 3 opportunities, and that's partnerships. And, certainly Australia and India are great partners. Our universities work very closely with each other, and they work in a lot of traditional fields. But now what we're starting to see is a proliferation of collaborations in early childhood education, in teacher education. Some of these are core disciplines that actually can make change in the world, I think. And certainly from my side of things, and the strategy we want to drive is more opportunities for countries to collaborate on those that are kind of the building blocks for building greater accessibility to quality education that can shape pedagogy and methodology around digital tools. So that's my opening remarks. Thank you, Mohan. I think I've probably gone a little bit too long, but we'll come back.
Matthew, that was perfect, and I'm glad you introduced yourself. I'm particularly fortunate in having 2 ladies on my panel, and both from the private sector. So that's fantastic, because otherwise academicians tend to be an incestuous lot. We're talking among ourselves all the time, thinking that we know more than others and so on. Bureaucrats are even worse. Since I have been one in my past life, I can testify to that as well. So in that sense, the private sector tends to be more practical, pragmatic, and action-oriented. So if I can turn to Ms. Malik, Director Kearney, if you can say your piece, introduce yourself also, and then I'll turn to Ms. Garg. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohan, and thank you so much for having me here. To begin with, I have to say that I really love the food that you get at Tapri. And I can tell you how I know about Tapri after I finish my session. A lot of people were asking me when I was coming on the panel, what does a people leader come on a ESG sustainability forum and talk about? While Kani is one of the global leaders as far as sustainability and ESG is concerned, I'm really not, a practitioner, so to say, or a specialist. But I'm really coming from the vantage point of being the key stakeholder, which is in the front and the center of this entire discussion that we're having, which is really the people. Right? The policymakers, the students, the people at the grassroots level that are actually the ones that are bringing about the change by doing lifestyle changes, by, participating in a circular economy of, reducing, reusing, recycling, the things, the world that we are living in. So I would just like to, very quickly just put it in a very small framework, which I find easy to understand as somebody who's not a sustainability expert, but somebody who is a part of an organization which is not just sustainable, but working towards being a regenerative business. And a regenerative business is really a business which is not just looking at reducing the negative impact of the business that we are doing, but also looking at, how do we protect, how do we nurture, how do we replenish our impact by just doing a positive transformation. And this model that I'd like to call it's an ACE model. So what it means is, first point is really about awareness, and Duncan was also talking about it. And Mohan was also saying, we are so far from where we should be. 2013 and ahead seems like very, very optimistic perspective. And so A for me really stands about awareness, right? Where we are in terms of the awareness that we've been able to create in our organizations, in our country, in the world that we are living in, right? And I think the awareness levels are still very low, and that's the reason we are not able to see any kind of affirmative action, because for everybody sitting in the room, there is a WIFM. You know what a WIFM is? No? It's what's in it for me, right? It's a terminology that a lot of you use, right? What's in it for me? So when you talk to somebody about sustainability, when you talk about making life choices that impact the environment at a broader level, everybody's thinking, what's in it for me? I mean, I will continue to do what I do, and my small change is not going to create an impact. So I think that awareness of how each one of us contributes to the larger purpose of bringing about an economy which is sustainable is very, very important. The second that Duncan was talking about, Matthew also talked about, is really about collaboration, right? Cross collaborations that are happening not just between countries that have the technology, the know-how, and we did see that during COVID, right, where everybody was fighting to try and figure out how do we get the vaccines across from one country to the other, right? It's a classic example of how things could have been done better but did not happen. So it's really about cross collaboration. And one example I want to share very quickly is 1705 universities that Duncan was talking about. One of them, University of Cambridge, we have collaborated with them. And their Sustainability Leadership Council actually runs sessions and programs for Kani and leaders like ours, where people can go in and get new age understanding about sustainable finance, for instance, sustainable food systems, sustainability and climate change. So I think a larger collaboration between academia and the corporate sector is very, very critical at this stage, because there is just a lot of new age thinking which is happening, but it's happening in silos, and it's not getting cross functional. It's not going across from either academia to the corporate, and similarly the corporate has not been contributing as much to the academia as well. And the last is really just evaluating where we are, right? The matrices that again Duncan was talking about. Where have we reached? What is the pace of change that we've brought? Is that even relevant to where we are? And do we need to change the targets that we are trying to share? And I think every organization needs to hold itself accountable in terms of, what are the matrices that I'm measuring, right? If it's about the emissions that we're doing, reduction of, carbon footprint. How are we doing on the whole DEI index, for instance, right? Do we have, leaders like Malshri, who are, bringing in gender and thinking diversity? And I think that evaluation then kind of closes the loop in terms of showing us the mirror as to where we are.
So Raki, before moving to Malshri, you said that there has got to be a better connect between the academia and the private sector. You'd rather the government get out of the way, or do you feel government has a role?
I could throw that back to you, but you should never answer a question with a question in terms of, what has the government done till date that you think that the government needs to be there. I think there is a role that the government has to play. I don't think you can take the government out of the equation. But I still feel that there is a lot more that the corporate sector and the academia can do directly as well, right? I mean, I'm sure all of us are here not because somebody asked us to be here, right? I mean, because you wanted to be here.
So thank you. No, I think you've kind of left it tantalizingly in the air. I'd like to take it up later, not least because I was associated with the government for 36 years. I think in some SDGs, I tend to think the government has a critical role to play, poverty or health, but in other areas, it seems to me the government is ill-suited to play any role, but that's my personal view, and we can discuss it more. I see Matthew is nodding in agreement, so we will take it forward. Malshri, you are from the KPMG. Great pleasure and honor to have you
Likewise,
Why don't you
Mohan,
go?
thank you. Thanks. So, everyone, I actually navigated the wicked problem of rain-filled roads from Gurgaon to Delhi. So I'm glad you all are still here. And I heard a lot about the lunch. Unfortunately, missed it. So when I was sort of preparing my thoughts for what I'd like to share today, when I read SDGs, I was happy that it said beyond the SDGs. Otherwise, unlike Duncan, I would have had to memorize all of them. I wouldn't challenge you to ask me which one relates to the other one. My perspective on a couple of these topics. So let me maybe look at, the way I look at it is maybe there are these three concentric circles, right? Right at the heart of it is what industry can do on its own to further SDGs, but even beyond SDGs, because we've been talking about CSR for eons now, right? But CSR has a very different objective to my mind, or a much more limited objective, let me say that. But from an overall sustainability perspective, I think you've got to sort of put your money where your mouth is. And in that respect, for example, at KPMG, we have a very aggressive decarbonization goal of our own. And you will already see change at the grassroots level happening inside our offices in terms of the use of electric vehicles, or no plastic, and all the moving to on-site PPA, so we're not using the grid's electricity, a bunch of that stuff. But also from a social perspective, linking in more to the SDGs, we have a very large commitment towards upskilling of youth across the globe. And this is not just in India, it's happening globally. Then if I take a step outside of that sort of KPMG industry circle, the next circle I look at in terms of, and sorry, it's I'm a consultant, I think, in frameworks, but the next circle that I look at it is that overlap between the government and industry, right? And I think Raki, I have a slightly different point of view there. I think the government's done a lot, whether it's globally or in India, and some of the regulation that's being brought into the country is actually mind-boggling. Now, how well will we do with implementing it is a different story. And that's always been, I think, our challenge. But I'm very proud to say that we as a country have been the front runners in many legislations. Something as simple as regulating ESG ratings, which are really being exploited across the globe. And I can tell you as a practitioner, to having our 2030 green hydrogen vision, to already having a concept around carbon markets for India. So I think there's a lot happening, and industry needs to support that. So in our projects, we do a lot of work with the government to help write these frameworks and create implementation roadmaps. And last but not the least, academia. And I look at it that, again, it's just my point of view. You could put academia anywhere. It could be the first circle for any logical reasons. But from an academia perspective, I think the way we've got to look at sustainability, and so let me take a step back before I go to that. Any engagement that we do for clients today, as KPMG, I would be shocked if someone came and told me there was not an ESG or sustainability angle to it. So the people I need in my teams, right, are folks who understand sustainability exactly the same way that, let's say, 15 years ago, people started understanding technology. So we don't look at it as a separate skill set. We look at it as a foundational skill. And so the more we can cover it as, just like we cover analytics and technology with finance and accounting, or the basics of management in an MBA, and for that matter, even in undergrad, we should look at covering sustainability in that manner. And I think forums like these are great for us to use to collaborate in those areas, and would love to discuss that more.
So, Sudarshan, it's my great pleasure to hand you the mic. You please say your piece, of course, but I'm also eager to know from you. I tend to associate the United Nations with macabre optimism. They never ever kind of sound pessimistic. In light of that, for the UN Secretary General to say what he said, which is, that this is bad, that the world is nowhere close to resolving any of these SDGs. He thinks half the world is left behind. So if you can also throw some light on whether he's deliberately trying to be provocative and moving governments to action, or is this, in your view, really a reflection of the state of the world? But please begin by saying your piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You made a comment about the phrase beyond SDGs is being somewhat bizarre. There is a problem with the SDG itself, with the term sustainable development. So I'll begin there. I worked in the United Nations Development Program for 22 years. I lived through the entire phase when the MDGs were formulated. After the 2000 Millennium Declaration, my countries quite rightly said the important thing for the world is human rights, development, and of course, peace and security. The United Nations system got to work saying the world leaders have agreed to broad goals, democracy, development, human rights, so we must now translate them into goals. Now, the inspiration for this was the head of UNICEF at one point, a wonderful leader called James Grant, who, when he became head of UNICEF, he said, "What's my job? I can get access to meeting heads of state and governments." And UNICEF, of course, was set up as an emergency fund after the war for the protection of children. So he said he will go and ask heads of governments and states, say, "I've come to meet you. I want you to make me one promise. And I'll come back to you after 3-4 years maybe, and you must tell me that you've delivered on the promise that you give to me." And the one promise was immunize all the children in your country. And for some reason it worked. It really worked remarkably well. Heads of government said, "Oh, this man came from UNICEF, good thing, and we made this promise." So governments around the world went up, setting up cold chains and vaccines for children. And then the UN system, so, oh, well, it worked in UNICEF, it worked with James Grant, it's got to work for every one of us. So all of these agencies got together and formulated the MDGs, right? But each one wanted it there. So there's a lovely account by Mark Malloch Brown, who's now the head of the Soros Foundation. He was head of UNDP. He says that when they were formulating the MDGs, they were sitting in a room and working it out. There was various agencies. UNESCO was there, and WHO and so on. And he said he was coming out of the room, and then he saw the head of the United Nations Environment Program walk in. Now he's based in Nairobi, not in New York. And he said, "Oh my God, we forgot an environment. This man is going to come and raise hell about it." So he says he rushed back to the room and said, "We need a goal on environment." So that's how the MDGs got formulated. Didn't get much buy-in from governments. And then when the results were very they said no, the Indian government said, "What are these MDGs? Who formulated them? We never signed up to them at all. So why are you coming and saying MDGs?" It took a while for the government of India to then say, "Okay, we'll produce a MDG report." Now the SDGs, they said, the UN said, "Oh, we've learnt a lesson. We'll be very open. We'll consult civil society. We'll appoint a high-level panel, David Cameron, Susilo Bambang Udiono, various other people, and extensive discussions. And so the more people you have, the more you consult, more things are important. So we ended up from 8 goals to 17. And the thing is now, as we say, it's very difficult for heads of state and governments to remember what are the 17 SDGs, right? It's like having an exam. So this is part of the process by which these things get done. The goal, of course, is important. you're thinking of it in the right direction. My problem is with putting together sustainable development as a phrase, because there is a tension between sustainability and a tension with development. And development, as we understand it, for the most part now. I joined the UNDP, leaving the Ford Foundation, and a very nice work that I enjoyed doing there because of the Human Development Report. That report, initiated by Amartya Sen and Mahbubullah, said let's focus on how well people are doing rather than how well an economy is doing. So let's displace gross domestic product with the Human Development Index. That will tell you how well are people healthy, are they getting educated, have they access to knowledge, and do they have the minimum that you need for your creature comforts, whatever you need. And so any income above what is minimally required is discounted in the index. It doesn't add to the index. So this index was produced. I mean, there were criticisms. Amartya Sen said, "Oh, this is an unweighted index. No self-respecting statistician would accept it." And Mahbubullah had replied to him saying, "The gross domestic product is also a vulgar and crude index, and we have to, supplant that." Unfortunately, the UNDP, having produced these reports, in its allocation of funding for countries, still uses GDP. It doesn't use it, so it's like if somebody could come and tell the UNDP, "Physician, heal thyself. Why aren't you following your own advice that what matters is the Human Development Index and not the..." So there is, I think, conflating sustainability and development in one phrase. Sustainable development means your aim is development. But what I'd say beyond this, going beyond, there's a need to go beyond it, is to say that the planet is at risk. You see, not all good things need to be made into some major priority. The language of rights. Not everything that's desirable becomes a right. A right is something like a trump card. You should be very, very selective about what you say is a fundamental right. In the same way, you should be very, very selective about what are your goals. And just multiplying goals from 8 to 17 is not going to do the job. The most important goal now and beyond SDGs is climate, is the planet. And I think we have to go back to the grant idea and say governments should focus on one thing. What are they doing to save the planet? We've come to a very dire stage, and so that's beyond it. So I'd say that sustainable development puts a focus on development. It makes countries still think in terms of, we will be a $5 trillion economy, $10 trillion economy. That's not going to help in any way the quality of life of human beings. And we need to remember that. So there is a need to go beyond the SDGs in that sense, to think of sustainability as the key goal and not think in terms of GDP growth rates and 5 trillion and 10 trillion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudarshan. That was fascinating, and thank you so much for taking as much time as you did. Every bit of it was worth it, because I thought you kind of set the broad canvas, if you like, the backdrop against which we can discuss further. I think I can easily segue from what you are saying, which is that, not every goal is important. I'm going to be a little provocative, and at least coming from India's perspective, and that's a bit of the problem I think we're having. One of the things that this UN Sustainable Development Goal Report 2023 is going to focus on is how in each of these 17 goals, countries have fallen behind. On some, you fall behind very much. On others, you make some progress. Fascinating to listen to Duncan that poverty, which is SDG 1, gets the least amount of research. That is, frankly, Duncan, that is shocking. I'm left speechless. I mean, India is kidding itself if it doesn't contribute to SDG 1 and it keeps talking of SDG 4 and SDG 8. Because, frankly, I mean, I know the multidimensional poverty index is out, and I know we are making claims about
poverty, at least extreme poverty, having reduced. But God knows we have 800 million people who are still availing of Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, which Duncan translated is the Prime Minister's food relief program, where we give 1 kilo of lentils and 5 kilos of food grains for virtually nothing, and 800 million people. And the program is poor. So I mean, okay, this is not scientific to say this, but you could easily argue that 800 million people are poor in India, whereas the multidimensional poverty index talks of 221 million people being poor. So I think we have a problem right there. But Matthew, if I can come to you, and I'm going to, of course, follow the same order, if you like. My problem is, how can a country like India talk of inequalities, which is very important at one level, inequalities, which is goal number 10, if you are not making much progress on goal number 2, which is zero hunger? Everybody knows we have a problem of stunting, we have a problem of wasting of children, we have a problem of hunger. We shouldn't be having a problem of hunger, because I know in the Food Corporation of India godowns, the rats eat the food. And so it's basically not availability which is the problem. So my next question is, assuming in 2030, we are not going to get, and this is a big assumption to make, but that's what it looks like. That is, not all of these goals are going to be fulfilled. So in 2030, I agree with Duncan that we are not going to completely reinvent the goals. Some priorities may be resettled, but not the goals themselves. So how do you order yourself among these priorities? I know Australia doesn't need to bother very much, perhaps. I don't know the situation in your country. It can't be as dire as India in any case. But I think for India, it seems to me that some goals are definitely more important, and resources are not unlimited in India. If you take climate change, and Sudarshan is absolutely right, if you don't have a planet, then there is no point in talking about 10 billion and 15 billion. There are not going to be no people left. But I think the fact of the matter is, we have repeatedly made it clear to the international community that we are not capable of achieving everything in climate change without financial help. And mind you, we are the only major economy now being asked to follow a low carbon pathway to development, by the way. With due respect, the Western countries have done what you have done. You've burnt coal and, and done whatever you want to do. China has done the rest. China now consumes more coal than the rest of the world put together. China's emissions are more than all the emissions of developed countries put together. So the only country that is being told, hey, don't make the mistakes that we did. We screwed up big time, but you don't do it. Fine, we won't do it, but you'll have to help us not do it. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to be able to do it on our own. So anyway, to come back to what I'm saying, poverty, hunger, these are issues which to my mind, are really fundamental before I can start giving people a wonderful, decent job, decent employment, decent work, which is an SDG. Life under the ocean. There was a young student who said, you guys are talking about land, you're not talking about ocean. You have a point when you say that. But then when the WTO is negotiating a fisheries agreement, I mean, there is no fish left in any case on the Indian coastline. All the fish is exhausted. So we need to find livelihood for the fishermen before I can bother about the high seas and the oceans. So I'm deliberately trying to be provocative, but it seems to me to say, I'm going to treat every single SDG on the same footing. All 16 SDGs are important. The 17th SDG talks of cooperation, and I'll do it. That, to my mind, as somebody who's worked in the government, it seems to me it is naive in the extreme, frankly. That is not how governments will approach it. A government of India, in one of the books that I'm going to write and it's forthcoming, I talk of the poverty veto. In all international negotiations that India does, and I have been part of some, there is a poverty veto. I'm not going to bother about the middle class, the upper middle class, but I'm bothered about the people at the bottom of the pyramid. How is
How is this community going to be affected? So are you, to cut a long story short, and I'm sorry I took time, can you really prioritize, or do you think, no, that's not the way to go? Every single SDG is important. Thank you.
That was a really thought-provoking question, and I have a lot of things in my mind about how to try and tackle that, but I suspect I'm probably not going to do it any justice to that. So I'm going to reflect on previous roles I've held in the Australian government maybe to answer this, Mohan, because I don't want to sit here and say to India what it should do, because I actually think that's also part of the problem which you alluded to, and that's not the approach that Australia takes in our partnership with India. And I think that's why we're different to some of the other countries that you mentioned in terms of the Western world using up natural resources and contributing to the mess we are all in today. I think, yes, we all have a responsibility in that, but I would say the role we play internationally from Australia is different to some of our Western countries, and I'll just sort of leave it at that, because otherwise I get myself into an undiplomatic incident, and that's never good for anybody. Before the role that I'm doing now, many, many moons ago, I worked in our social services department in Australia, and I worked on welfare programs that were, by and large, focused on people on income support or welfare, people, some of our Indigenous peoples as well, who have had a terrible lot in life. This is no secret. You can read anything and see that the lot for Indigenous Australians is not good. The gap between attainment in education, health outcomes between non-Indigenous and Indigenous are not good. And so some of the things that I was working on many moons ago really went to that point about, and my personal view is, if you don't have a full stomach, how do you learn? If you don't have a secure shelter, again, how do you learn? So I worked on a number of different programs that were about, some weren't popular. Government sometimes makes decisions and undertakes things that aren't popular. So I worked on a welfare conditionality program where we managed people's incomes for people who were seen as vulnerable, who couldn't manage incomes, as a way to try and stabilise their circumstances, to try and ensure children were fed, children were safe, and these sorts of things. So I'm a bit of the view that if you can get some of those foundations right, people have healthy, nutritious meals, family life is stable, because the family does, by and large, particularly if you look at countries like India, take care of people, as opposed to the state, which probably does more in some other countries. If you can start to stabilise those things, you can then start to tackle other entrenched disadvantages and vulnerabilities, such as learning, such as immense inequality. So I think I'm a bit of a believer in that you need to get that piece right. I probably very inarticulately said many times, and had many an argument with my friends who are sort of more international human rights lawyers. I sort of said, and I don't mean this to be pejorative, you can't eat your human rights. So you need to get some of the fundamentals done and the foundations done, and then I think you can start to build on top of that. So that's how I would answer your question, and reflecting on a bit of the role as a policy bureaucrat in previous jobs I've done before diplomacy in social policy, where sometimes you have to take those hard decisions and focus in on that, which may, curtail in a temporary way people's rights or ability to kind of exercise some of those rights, for a pathway towards safety and bringing people out of poverty. That's probably how I'd answer. I don't know if it got to what you wanted, but you've made me stretch my brain, so that's good for an afternoon.
Oh, perfect, Matthew. It takes me back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but we will not go down that road. Raki, what is your take on all this?
I might go down that route, right? Because I'm a psychologist. We cannot have a conversation without Maslow's need hierarchy theory. The fundamental rule that you were talking about, and that Matthew was also talking about, that when your basic needs in terms of food, in terms of shelter are not taken care of, the expectation for people to have more aspirations in terms of better life, health, education are almost unrealistic, right? They are actually unrealistic, right? So for the person on the road who does not know how he's going to get his second square meal, to expect, to have other understanding around, how we can make this world more sustainable, what does it mean to have good health hygiene? It's not possible. It's not going to happen. So it's very important for the government, at least, to have a priority listed in terms of what they want to attack first and in what order do they want to move. Because a lot of these are actually not independent of each other. There is a correlation between most of them, right? But if you look at the first 4 SDGs that we have, if we get even 3 of those in place, the others will actually automatically come into place, right? So when I give people food to eat, when I give them sustenance, when they know that they do not have to worry about where the next meal is coming from, they can focus more in terms of what do I really need to do in terms of my health, right? Am I in a position where my children can get educated? And when their next generation gets educated, that circle becomes complete, right? So educating them is also one of the key priorities, right? You feed them, you give them a good lifestyle, but for the next generation to make a difference, for their lives to change, education becomes equally critical and important. And I agree with Moultrie when she was saying, a lot of good things have already happened. The government has intervened, and there are a lot of good steps that have been taken, even in how we look at education and how we provide education, through our central government schools, through our state government schools. But I think we are still way, way far from where we really should be. But very important to prioritize and get our act together. Like you said, we are still figuring out whether it's 800 million, whether it's 202 million. If we don't even know what we are talking about, I don't know what we're going to address, right? And again, the waste management, I think is so critical. Our resources are limited, but whatever resources we have, I think our supply chain and our movement to the end user is just not sustainable. It's something which has not been thought through, and that's where a lot of our programs are not working the way they should work.
Thank you. So, mostly, in addition to the point that is being discussed, if you can also bring the gender bit, that's kind of a cross-cutting issue, and I think it can be deemed important enough by a lot of people. So, if I can ask you to address that.
Sure. Thank you. I want to build on what Rakhi said, because while Mohan, I agree that, if there's no food in the stomach, that saying we have in India, right? You can't even worship if you don't have food in your stomach. I think that's a given, but I also believe in the philosophy that you can't just give people fish, you have to teach them to fish. And that goes to what Rakhi was saying, is you can't look at these as being sort of one after the other, but many of these goals have to run in parallel. The whole poverty alleviation cannot happen without education, without skilling, and those cannot be a second step. The way we've lifted millions of people out of poverty in India, in China, has been through gainful employment and education. And that's what is guaranteeing their next square meal, right? So I think that we need to look at it in that light for sure. Going to your question about gender, I think from a sustainability perspective, there's a lot that's being done in terms of, specific bank accounts for women, cooking fuel, maybe even quotas in educational institutes. There's a lot happening. I think where the challenge is really in being able to get our fellow men colleagues to look at the problem in the same way. So I can, again, speaking of my area of expertise, when we do DE&I, right, diversity, equity and inclusion work for our clients or within the company, there's a lot that gets asked in terms of, is this an unfair advantage to maybe half the world's population, right? So there is a lot that needs to be done in terms of understanding the role that women play, especially in a culture like India, where not only the home provider but the care provider, and can she start becoming the care enabler, as I like to call it, rather than being the sole care provider. And that's going to take a huge mindset change before it can happen. It started, and testament to, I think 50% of this room is women students, but there's a lot more that needs to happen, and a lot of support that needs to come from men.
So, Sudarshan, if I can also request you to elaborate just a little bit. You made a wonderful, detailed opening statement, but I know we agree on most things, by the way, Sudarshan and me. But I do have this issue about population, and I want to raise it again because there are some young minds, inquisitive minds in front of us, and maybe I have my views on population. I will not bore you with those now. But if you do agree with the broad thrust of what is being talked about, and if you think some goals are what we are veering around, if I am to summarize, is to say that not all SDGs will be important to a country, and which goals are more important than others will depend on the stage of development in which the country finds itself. You can definitely use the Human Development Index. See, at the end of the day, whether you use GDP per capita or you use the Human Development Index, India comes out bad in both. It's only GDP, and GDP is a direct proportion of the population, really. So the per capita GDP, we are being classified as a low-income economy by the World Bank. And the Human Development Report also puts us in the middle of Niger and Nigeria, with due respect to all those countries, with due respect to our country as well. We also find ourselves there. So in that sense, there is nothing much to choose. But the question for, I think, India is somehow we have to recognize that if as you, both Raki and Molishri are saying, that at least poverty is linked to education, education is linked to hunger and the rest of it. Unless you educate somebody, you're not going to, that's the only passport to development in India. If that is the case, the challenge of education, which I mentioned in the morning, the crisis of quality, the crisis of inclusion, and the crisis of relevance, that's not going to leave us anytime soon. We need quality institutions. It takes years to build an educational institution, Jindal being a classic example. It takes 15, 20 years before you can have an institution of eminence or excellence. So how do you propose we deal with it?
Okay, I think that could be a consensus in this panel on, for India, poverty, right? Goal 1, which you lamented, features very little in Scopus listed research journals. The first thing to understand is that poverty is being produced daily. We keep thinking of, there are poor people, we'll give the Pradhan Mantri, whatever Yojana, distribute free food. The language we use, safety net. It is almost as if we expect people to be knocked down over the precipice, and there will be some kind of a safety net so that they don't actually die, right? So the understanding of poverty alleviation, handouts, give them more subsidies to buy food grains that cause diabetes. That's not the point. The point is poverty is being produced because of the kind of system in which the world seems to be locked in. Now, globalized world. Now, I just make all of you think about what happened in Rana Plaza in Dhaka. Rana Plaza was a building in which women garment workers were working. They were part of a supply chain, and the garments they made are sold in Gap and Macy's in the United States. And it's only when that fire happened and so many of them died, we learned what it is that they were paid. What they were paid was above the minimum wage of Bangladesh, but nowhere near what it took to pay rent, to get a decent roof over their head, nowhere near what it took for them to get essential drugs if they happen to fall ill. So poverty in that sense is relative, right? It's not that defined by some minimum wage and you're above the minimum wage, you're above the poverty line. Adam Smith recognized it. He said for someone to walk on the streets of London without having a pair of leather shoes is humiliating, is shameful to that person. right? Everybody else who's somewhat well off has a decent standard of living, wears leather shoes, and here I am, I've got sackcloth on my feet, right? So we must understand that. So we must do something about tackling the system. So I'd say, thinking beyond SDGs, there was one point at which the world, the United Nations, tried to create a new economic order, an international economic order. That was shot down, and we were given a sop. Oh, there is such a thing as right to development. One day you will be where we are. Now, Gandhiji said, if it takes, a small island with a modest number of people, it takes that country for its prosperity to exploit the whole of the Indian subcontinent. And if India wants to be like them, have their standard of living, how many planets are there for us to exploit? So we have to first understand that we need to work together internationally to change the nature of the system that we have in the world. The ones that, in our country, I mean, the big corporates, look at over the period of the pandemic, who's got rich and by how much? All of the big corporate, with the Ambanis, the Adanis, all of them got terribly rich. And the rest, so you talk about inequality. It's the system. This system will produce inequality. This system will produce poverty. You need to go beyond the SDGs to address what kind of a fair system the world ought to have. That's going beyond the SDGs. And that should be a priority agenda. Because if we sign up to this system that we now have and say, oh, we will try to catch up, we will try to, give jobs to our people that China has abandoned because China has become a high-wage economy. If you're thinking in those terms, you're in the Rana Plaza mentality, and you'll never be able to get rid of poverty in this country or anywhere in the world. So the agenda is go beyond SDGs, question the system that the world now has. It's a system of safety nets, target, another military expression. Why? We're dealing with people. You don't need to target people. That's what I'd say.
So Sudarshan, just last point along with the other comments you've made. Universal basic income, is that a way out? Will it help?
It's a possibility. I mean, generally governments think that, and bureaucrats in government think they know better. And that therefore they should, tell people what they should eat and what they should buy. And if you give them income, what the poor will do, they will drink it. It will all go in alcohol, and therefore let us do it. So you don't trust people, right? Civil servants, governments generally don't trust people. In the making of public policy, what is missing is the public. You don't consult the public. You make policies from top down. Right? So I think a little more trust to the people. So one of the advantages of universal basic income is you're telling the person, here it is, this income we know is enough for your creature comforts, is enough for you to send children to school and to get some basic health care. Now you deal with this, handle it the way you want. Trust people to do that. No, we won't. You will say, no, we'll have to give you this, we'll have to give you that, conditional transfers. Why conditional? Leave it to people's judgment. So I'm in favor of it. Okay. But the problem with universal is, of course, then you'd say, oh, you must target the needy and so on. But then the administrative cost is too much. It's like the administrative cost of GST. It's such a complicated mechanism. The administrative cost is phenomenal. The GST is actually not doing the government any good, I'd say, now, because it's not a simple system. So that's because you didn't consult the traders, you didn't consult the manufacturers, you didn't consult the companies. You created a GST by having dozens of rates and so on. So the way government needs to work and connect to its citizens has to change.
Okay, since Matthew is the only serving bureaucrat in the room, I'm retired, but I think there is a comment about bureaucrats, which is Matthew, with due apologies to you, bureaucrats are knowledge proof. So it doesn't matter,
Am I being recorded? Because seriously.
So Matthew, last point, because I'm under instructions from my colleague Paddy that we should finish at 4. So much as this is interesting and I'm gaining enormously from it, we have 20 minutes more, so maybe one round and then a few questions from the floor, which I'm sure will come. So Matthew, if in 2030 you are UN Secretary General, you find that SDGs are going nowhere, would you suggest or would you recommend an emergency fund for regions which are lagging behind substantially? And the two regions I have in mind, and I'm having to stomach my patriotic pride here, one is Sub-Saharan Africa, but that's what it looks like, and I don't think it's going to change. One is Sub-Saharan Africa, the other is South Asia. And it is Indian pride which is making me say South Asia. Otherwise, I would have said India. The numbers are in India, but I'll say South Asia because there is Bangladesh, it's Pakistan, Nepal. I don't think they're going to be very much better. So these two regions are the only regions which are going to fall short substantially in 2030. We're not far from that. This is 2023, 7 years. What is it that you would suggest? Because how else do we handle this issue? You know, Latin America, I mean, China says, and I think it could be exaggerated, but I don't have reasons to believe it. They say they've gotten rid of extreme poverty. Of course, every country has poverty. Extreme poverty is now defined by the United Nations at $2.15 per head per day. Like it or not, 2017 purchasing power parity. So at that level, China says we've got no extreme poverty. India, in my view, minimum 220 million, which has been confirmed by the multidimensional poverty index. When they say, the problem I have with multidimensional poverty index is it mixes real physical poverty, which is standard of living, with something like health and education. Because you see, if you have 98% school enrollment, it has the pernicious effect of reducing poverty in my country. All you have to do is put kids at school. And then you don't know whether they're dropping out at 10th, dropping out at 12th, are the girls getting married? We don't know all that. But we've achieved, similarly, electrification, 98%. But nobody's asking whether electricity is 24/7. So that's the other problem that we have. So we have those issues, but I don't want you to bother about those. My question is, and I want to ask this of every panelist, it's a serious problem. 2030, I see only two regions falling behind substantially. And we are talking millions, by the way. We are not talking thousands. That's why I'm saying Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. What do we do? We can't go on like this, keep saying, okay, we'll give you another 10 years, do the same thing. That's not going to work. So I want you to put your thinking hat, and from an Australian perspective, whatever, I mean, where do we go from there? If come 2030, what do we do?
Look, it's really difficult, I think. So I think there's a couple of layers that I would try and answer this, and I'm probably woefully unqualified to answer it, frankly. The first is, in my personal view, I think as a bureaucrat who maybe doesn't trust and wants to sort of intervene in people's lives and these kinds of things, as we've heard about on this panel, you know, I think incentives can work. And if you're taking kind of a rights-based approach or looking at it from a fairness or equity kind of perspective, why not have a fund for targeted to areas or regions that need assistance to get to where, I guess, the world population would like everyone to be? Why not? There's probably a lot of, you know, social justice-based arguments for that. And the two regions you highlighted, I guess, as well had that, you know, very strong experience around European colonialism as well to contend with. And so perhaps people can make an argument about these sorts of things, setting back regions, and therefore to give everyone a leg up and to try and bring to some sort of certain level, there is a good reason for doing that. I can kind of see the rationale for that. Do we think that would happen? I'm not sure, to be perfectly honest, because I think to your point, sir, about the, you know, what do people expect kind of in return? There is that expectation is always there. I think it'd be a very difficult kind of argument. And how do you make the sort of, and on what goals or what data do you use to make that decision? So, look, it's a really difficult thing to do. My personal view is that I am a big fan of safety nets. I'm a big fan of putting a bolster under people, because without that, sometimes you will lose talent. So I'm a bit maybe old-fashioned. I think there are good values and for welfare states as they've been historically conceived, because if you don't have the means to get into a system, your talent can go unnoticed. And I'm sure that's probably what's happening in both of these regions because of entrenched extreme poverty and other things. So I'm quite a fan of those kinds of policies, unashamedly.
Thank you, Matthew. No, that's as good a response as you can give. And this is a difficult question. I don't think there are any right answers. But Raki and Molstri, when you address this issue, if I can also ask you to note that we are the only major country which doesn't have a social safety net. But we have also moved, and to be fair to the government, my past employer, I must also say that we've moved from an entitlement approach to a rights-based approach. I will have you know that the Food Security Act talks of the right to food, and that's why we have a problem. As Bibek Debroy has written in the paper, 75% of the rural population and 50% of the urban population is entitled to these food grains and lentils. That's why we have 800 million people. Rich or poor, it doesn't matter. So then we have the right to education. That's what people are talking about. And then the UN General Assembly and the Human Rights Council has said now that right to environment is a fundamental right, a safe environment. So there is this rights-based approach as well. I don't know whether people in India, whether it's become a class action suit, I have to ask lawyers as to whether people can go to the courts and say that this was my right and I'm not getting it. A right to education is a fundamental right. So I'm thinking, why can't lawyers think along those lines? And maybe, I hope I'm not accused of sedition or anything. I'm no longer with the government. But, if it is a right, then it should be a right. It should be a fundamental right available. I mean, one of the interesting things I read about that, there is a wonderful summit which took place in 2022, and people may be interested. Transforming Education Summit, also conducted by the United Nations, 2022. And I was going through those. Most of it is very somber again, but one thing which attracted my attention, positive news, is that the gaps in education when it comes to gender is fast disappearing. The report says the discrimination that you see in education is by income and location, not gender, which is good, at least, correct. So I think I wanted you to take note of all this, and then of course say your piece about how we can move forward. Thank you.
I guess going back to the core question, right? And as we say, if we knew these answers, we'd solve for world peace. I think that's more what you're asking us to do. But yeah, I will take my a stab at it. Unlike Matthew, I'm more of a capitalist, and I think that that safety nets are fine for really the very bottom of the pyramid. But again, the issue of how large is that and who sits in that is something we've still not been able to answer. But as I said earlier, I think some of the best ways to eradicate some of these problems are through education, skilling, right, and business growth. And I think that's how some of the largest countries in the world have done it, and that's how we will not get there by 2030, like you said, Mohan, but there is no other silver bullet, I think, but to stay on this path and to continue to implement it with complete authenticity. That's where I think we are falling short. And to your question about the rights, I think there are many cases in the courts today related to the right to education. right? And I'm not aware of anything related to the right to food security. That one is actually boggles the mind if you think of it and our distribution system and everything. But right to education is there, and we've all seen numerous movies around why students of the lower income strata maybe do not adjust in a school where they have free seats. There are a number of socio-economic conditions that come in the way. And I think that's where we need to support, whether it's the industry or the academia. We need to support them with those basics of what they wear to school and how they behave in class, and to bring that equality so that the right to education can become a reality. And I think that's the way to go.
Thank you, Molshri. Raki?
Yeah, I think through all the conversation that we've been doing, there is just a fundamental gap in terms of what's available and what actually goes down and, is actually received by the people that it's supposed to be meant for, right? So even when you talk about right to education or you talk about the food bill, I'm not even sure how many people actually at the end of the day see the side that, the government has actually planned it for, right? Where you're talking about, food wastage, where you're talking about right to education. Well, the stats are great, but the fact of the matter is that if we had taught our women 20 years back, you would have had a lot more women leaders sitting in rooms across the world, right? And the fact is that we're still not there. And like Molshri said, we have to keep at it. It's good to get to a point where, somebody says, yeah, you know what, I'm going to get so much more funds to get. But the point is, I don't think there is a lack of resources beyond a point, even in India. I think it's more in terms of how we are implementing some of the, things that we've put together. There is a lack in terms of the infrastructure that supports implementation. If we are able to solve that, I don't think we need a situation where in 2030 we need to have this exodus of funds really coming in or need to have a safety net. But yes, it's intent, implementation, and then somebody sitting there and saying, where are we? Did we meet that goal or do we still have some way to go?
Thank you, Raki. Since I'm in the middle of people who are interested in education, and we all are, I must tell you a personal anecdote. I was posted as India's Deputy High Commissioner to Sri Lanka for 4 years. So I was based in Colombo. And a Sri Lankan Vice Chancellor once told me, Mohan, that I think India has got higher education right and primary education terribly wrong. And he went on to say that Sri Lanka has got primary education right and higher education completely wrong. And I think there is something to it, because in Sri Lanka, where I was posted, as I said, there's 99% literacy. And you don't have to go around telling women in Sri Lanka, please have only 2 children. 75 years after independence, we are continuing to say, hum do, hamare do. Not so much, but I genuinely think, and I think I've had this conversation with my good friend Sudarshan, I'm going through Mahatma Gandhi's speeches and sayings, and Nehru's as well. If only, for example, hypothetically, I mean, these are all great men, no question, but if one of them had said, every girl should go to school, forget the boys. By definition, all boys are useless, myself included. But putting a girl in school, more seriously, putting a girl in school is of enormous benefit for the society. Everybody knows that. All they had to do was put every girl in the school. In 1947, Sri Lanka became independent in 1947. Sri Lanka is not richer than India. I hope you'll agree. At least in 1947, how did they manage that? And why didn't we manage it? It's a question, because, if only all girls at that time had gone to school, then you wouldn't have had to teach them about reproductive rights and having only 2 kids, blah, blah, blah. The whole thing would have been so very different. But anyway, that's something for the historians to think about, where we went wrong, where we went right. On the other hand, the establishment of institutions like the Indian Institute of Technology, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, no question, good, very good. But my question is, what about the primary schools for girls? So anyway, that's a question. Sudarshan, 2030, what do you do? A special SDG summit just for South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa? Because everybody else would have just sailed forward. So what do we do with these 2 regions, which are, I think, proving to be stubborn when it comes to resolutions in terms of poverty, in terms of hunger, in terms of child stunting, and so on?
I just said that we need to seriously look at the world economic system. Sub-Saharan Africa, the World Bank and the IMF started a program called structural adjustment. And after several years, Richard Jolly had to write a book called Structural Adjustment with a Human Face, because the structural adjustment programs neither produced macroeconomic stability nor reduced poverty in sub-Saharan Africa. That means that the world economic system based on the Bretton Woods institutions, what was until recently called the Washington Consensus, is not doing the world any good, and it has resulted in the exploitation of natural resources in many parts of the world, whether it's Myanmar now through the aegis of China, or Africa with all the corporations that have worked there, and the land grabbing that goes on in Ethiopia and other places. So I really think that we need to look at the world economic system. I don't want to use labels like, oh, we want a socialist system or a capitalist system. I think this is a system that puts countries into debt. You talked about Sri Lanka. What happened to Sri Lanka? It got into debt. The management of the economy was such that, you know, they thought, oh, big infrastructure, build a big port in Hambantota, build huge airports, borrow the money for it, never mind. And what happened to Sri Lanka? So many countries in the world are debt inflicted. We are not too far away in India from that. And that is because of this system that pushes debt. You know, at that time it looks very attractive to take the loan, and then you've got to repay. A great part of India's budget goes into debt repayment right now. Taxpayers pay 15% of what the government has to spend. So where's the rest coming from? It's debt, right? So I think we need to look at the economic system seriously. Otherwise, you will not just have South Asia not doing very well and Sub-Saharan Africa not doing very well, but many more countries will join this group.
Okay. With that dire warning, thank you very much, but we do have time, exactly 5 minutes with my colleague. Yes, Atul, always a pleasure to listen to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mohan. I'm just going to make one small comment and a question to the panel over here. So I, around a week ago, spent a lovely lunch with Professor Mishelkar, and he speaks about
the grand old man,
CSIR, and he speaks about pole vaulting and his belief, and we spoke about it, how technology can help pole vault issues, especially around health, issues around clean energy, education, poverty, etc. Yesterday, interestingly, I had a very interesting discussion with a friend of mine who's built an AI system for microgrids, which is a great way to get clean energy. So my question is, can tech help solve some of these sustainability issues?
I think the
Yes, a pole vault, I would say.
I think it's a resounding yes, and I think one of the biggest and most recent evidences we've seen of that is India's vaccination program, which was led off of the back of very strong technology platforms that allowed that sort of tracking and monitoring. And of course, it's I think a story of many dimensions being shared across the world in terms of digital payments and what's that done for ease of business for smallest vendors, and so I think it's a resounding yes, and which is why I go back to the point I was making about continue on the path of implementation. Don't try and do anything very different. The fundamentals are right. We need to get the implementation better, and technology is a huge.
So we can be a little more positive as we end.
Absolutely. I'm quite positive.
Do you want to say something?
Yeah, so technology is an enabler, will continue to be an enabler, and I think 2 years of COVID showed that to us. I think more than that, like Malshri was saying, how we use that technology will actually tell us whether we are the game changers or are we going to be the laggards in the scheme of achieving our SDG goals. I think the additional thing that I want to add is not just the technology, but how many of our people are actually trained on the technology that will help us achieve those goals, and how quickly. I think that'll be very, very critical in terms of whether technology becomes an enabler or we end up being where Mohan was saying 7 years from now.
Thank you. Sudarshan?
Now, yes, economics was called a dismal science by Thomas Carlyle after he read Malthus.
Okay.
And then all sorts of dire predictions were made about the population of the world growing and all of us ending up in misery and squalor. That didn't happen, and to a great extent it didn't happen because of advances in technology.
Correct.
So there's always something to be positive about.
Would you depend on it though?
No, the problem is people, not people in terms of numbers. Wealth is the real wealth of a country is its people. Unlike you think population is a problem, falling birth rates is going to be the problem for the world. That's established. What I'd say is that, you see, let me give you an anecdote. I had to go to Mr. Narasimha Rao was then Human Resources Minister. And I was in the Ford Foundation, and we had multiple grants that had to be cleared by the government before the grantees could get the money. So I went to plead with him saying all these grants are held up and so on, can you help clear them? And he said, why are you making so many grants? Right? He said, you should know that the Ford Foundation played a part, along with the Rockefeller Foundation, in India's Green Revolution, helped Norman Borlaug come, helped the scientists at the Pusa Institute and Dr. Swaminathan to adapt the dwarf variety of Mexican wheat to suit Indian conditions. And we overcame the humiliation heaped upon our country by Lyndon Johnson when we were living ship to mouth. So that's what you did. So now you're saying you have 100 grants. I'll tell you what you should do. The wheat plant behaves as you expect it to do. When to water it, how much fertilizer, science will tell you that, and the crop behaves in the way you expect it to behave. Now, human beings are not like that, he said. So why don't you invest everything that you've got into finding out why is it that we are not able to send our girl children to school and keep them there till the completion of school, right? Now, he says that's a bigger challenge than the wheat crop. Because you're dealing with people, you're dealing with multiple factors, you're dealing with complexity. Now, if you can tackle that, then government will replicate it. So go away and don't bother me about your multiple grants. But he had a wise comment to make.
Absolutely.
And this is what we should take seriously, because when you're dealing with people, you're dealing with complexity. You're dealing with unintended consequences. Many policies have unintended consequences that you could not have anticipated. DDT was sprayed in the Tarai region, eliminated mosquitoes, eliminated malaria. Then the people came down and cut down all the trees. And to this day, we have floods in the Bihar plains. And on top of it, a political problem in Nepal. Because of the Indian population that moved into the Tarai because it became malaria free. So these are the complexities when you're dealing with human beings. You cannot simply say, oh, technology will solve the problem, because you don't know how human beings are going to connect to, relate to, how are they going to use the technology. And that is all right, I think, because unpredictability in human affairs is a very human thing to do. If we were all predictable, we'd be robots. But we are not, no? And our sense of freedom lies in some degree of unpredictability. So let's live with it.
Thank you very much. That was fascinating. I can't say no to a lady. Go ahead.
Last question.
So my question was, if we're talking about envisioning the future of global sustainability, if we only focus on like the anthropocentric views, like if we are only talking about how human development is going to be, how human populations are going to be, how will we ensure a whole round development, and will it even be sustainable? Like if you're not talking about the other animals or the ecosystems, because that is what we are failing at.
So I'm assuming that when Professor Sudarshan mentioned planet and climate
as the most important from his perspective. I mean, I'm the one who introduced poverty and the rest of it. So, mea culpa. But I think he said very clearly the climate. I am interpreting climate, correct me if I'm wrong, to include all species. So, not just the human species. It includes ocean, it includes your animal species, it includes butterflies of all sorts, whatever can keep the balance. So I don't know if that's really the only answer to your question, frankly. So climate in its holistic, broad definition is now considered the most important. I have
Biodiversity and nature.
So including biodiversity and nature. So I don't think anybody will argue against what you are saying.
What are we doing about it is the question she's asking.
Yeah.
You know it's the problem.
But to be fair, but I think
We are supporting fossil fuels, subsidizing for fossil fuels. $1 trillion of subsidy, as reported today in The Guardian.
No, I think there's a larger geopolitical problem, which is that oil prices are going through the roof. The Gulf economies are enjoying themselves, and I've always been envious of them. It's like this old joke. Everybody went to God and asked something. Every other country did. Somebody asked for oil, somebody asked beautiful landscape, Switzerland got it, India last. So God said, we will give you people. And we will give you people and people and more people. Do what the hell you want with them. So I'm going to finish on that note, but good question. I feel like this can go on for a whole day, this session, at the risk of sounding very, what shall I say, immodest, but thank you very much. Do you want me to give them something? You will give? No, you have to. You will do the speaking, I will give on. This is a lovely woolen scarf. So with your name, so that you don't give it to anybody.
Somehow links in KPMG. Arun Kumar was there.
In the beginning, you were sleeping and then you started.
Perfect timing. कोविड 19 के चक्कर में तो हम इस साल में तो कर ही नहीं सकते हैं। अच्छा खाली है बताओ। तो कोई ऑफिशियली तो विदाउट पेमेंट से तो वहाँ से करवाना पड़ेगा नहीं तो पेमेंट के साथ हम कर ही देते हैं जब मर्जी है ना रजिस्टर से करा दें
Cannot agree with you more. Great agenda. I used to work for the United Nations. We did several reports, and I have a book called Fulfilling the SDGs 2000. I'll send you a link.
मेरे को बोला
Okay, please take a quick 10-minute break and please do come back. But on your way back, you can pick up some refreshments, some juices, cookies, and please come back in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Come and participate.
As we proceed with our valedictory session, may I request Professor Dr. Mohan Kumar to discuss the conference proceedings.
Thank you very much. It's extremely difficult to kind of discuss the conference proceedings, but for the sake of the VIPs who are present now, I may just say that the inaugural program was by the Minister of State for Education, who talked about the National Education Policy or the New Education Policy 2020, following which the Minister of State for External Affairs gave us a video message. I thought Duncan did an extremely good job of explaining the Times Higher Education rankings and the 4 issues which are important. He mentioned teaching, he mentioned research, he mentioned outreach. I would request the students to take note of it because those things are important for the reputation of the university. The first panel was extremely interesting, I thought, chaired by Duncan himself, and I thought there was a nice what shall I say, interaction between the private sector and the academic community. That was very interesting because both of them agreed that they are working in silos, and that was a very great revelation for me. Both the academicians and the private sector felt that they were working in silos and that there could be more interaction, cross-fertilization of ideas. A question was thrown to all of you about which job you would prefer if the salary was same, and I thought your response was a disingenuous one. I leave you to Google the word disingenuous anyway. So that was my honest view on that, but because I think I also believe the point which was subsequently made, which is that green jobs are also going to be better paying jobs. So I don't think that is an issue, frankly. I think the question is whether the country can get its act together and we can all move towards a low carbon pathway to development. Then there was a talk by Duncan, as I said, on the rankings themselves. We had a second panel, which I thought was fascinating, thanks in no small measure to my colleague, Professor Sudarshan. I thank you very much. I thought that was an interesting debate we had on whether there should be inter se priority among the 17 or 16 SDGs. And there was no definitive answer because you can have different views on the subject. And certainly some would say there is no point in discussing poverty and per capita income if there is no planet at all. So in that sense, planet assumes overriding importance, but there are other issues which are existential for India. And I thought the fact that India is a long way really from achieving goals like no poverty, no hunger, gender parity. Everyone will agree that we are some distance away from achieving those goals. So that's I think extremely important. So it's been a fascinating day-long meeting that we have had. At some point, kindly look up the website, which is not yet been established, of the Jindal Global G20 Center. It will be up and running. We are trying very hard to get it up and running because you will then find a lot of the record of discussions and other things on the website. We thought that's the easiest way to reach out to you instead of wasting more paper and distributing it to you, because that will also lead to other issues like environmental degradation and so on. So kindly look at the website. So with those words, I wanted to thank my colleague, Professor Padmanabhan, because it's thanks to him, Paddy actually, who's been responsible for organizing this conference. Thank you very much, sir, for the trouble you have taken, because I think in the end it turned out to be a very fruitful conference. You will agree that we were able to discuss a whole gamut of subjects with regard to SDGs. There was this interesting point, and that'll be the last point I'll make, which is beyond SDGs. I thought the general consensus was that in 2030, at least parts of sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia will not achieve all the SDGs by 2030. So there is no, it makes little sense to talk about goals themselves, but it was generally agreed that the goals will remain the same. The targets which are under the goals, which are about 160 odd, those can be tweaked, and they should be tweaked. I myself am of the view that actually there should be a special SDG summit just for sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. If necessary, 2 different summits, one for Africa and one for South Asia, because the problems may be a little different, because I think it is extremely important that the world focuses on these two regions which have millions and millions of people who are going to continue to be in poverty and underdevelopment. So with those words, I just wanted to thank the students in particular for this amazing ability and resilience to stay the whole day and to listen to all of us. So thank you very much, and thank you for your participation as well. Once again, thanks, Paddy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor Dr. C. Raj Kumar, the founding Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University, to share the way forward.
All right. This morning I began by saying that the entire city of Delhi has been decorated and prepared for the G20, not the big one, but our own summit that we began this morning, the Universities Summit implementing SDGs and beyond. I have to say that we are beginning the validity session and we should end it up fast because Chandrayaan 3 is about to land in the moon and we can't make it wait for long. So the approximate time of landing is 6:04 p.m. So I have requested Dr. Virendra Chauhan to allow us sufficient time so that we can all prepare for watching it live. Be that as it may, as Professor Mohan just gave a very short, important briefing about what we have done today, it's only a beginning in relation to what we intend to do more. First of all, I want to say that this summit that we have had today has had very interesting participation from almost 25 universities located in the National Capital Region of Delhi. We've had very wide presence of vice chancellors, deans, head of departments of various schools, as well as some of the professors who have been here since morning. I especially want to thank the faculty members and the students of the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability who are present here. They got up at around 5:30 a.m. and got ready in Sonipat and have come to Delhi and have spent the whole day here. So I'm grateful to each one of them for their presence and participation in this summit. The Jindal Global Center for G20 Studies that we established at OP Jindal Global University some time ago, one of its mission was to continue the overall imagination and the work of G20 to go and work beyond India's presidency of G20. Most of the time what ends up happening is that these the hard work that ought to happen ends up becoming event-based, and its attention and its prominence is connected to certain important events and milestones. One example is the G20 presidency of India itself. We believe that the G20 as a group will continue to have a very significant influence and impact on addressing some of the big issues of our time, including the attempts and efforts to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals. And so, as a part of our university's commitment to advancing the cause of G20 studies in all its forms and manifestations, we established the center, and it is headed by an extraordinary former Indian ambassador to France, a man who has had a very distinguished career negotiating on behalf of India, the General Agreement on Trade and Services in Geneva, but also has had a very distinguished career in diplomacy, who later joined us as a professor of diplomacy in the Jindal School of International Affairs, and now he's the dean and director of the center. Our goal is to galvanize a stronger level of intellectual consciousness towards advancing G20 studies, and to be able to host conferences, lectures, workshops and seminars, but also to be able to create research opportunities for both students and faculty alike on various aspects of G20 studies. This and many such initiatives under the ambit of the Jindal Global Center for G20 Studies are part of this effort. I also want to mention that as a university, we are deeply conscious of our overall institutional commitment to advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. As some of you know, 2 years ago, we produced the first and only report made by any university in the entire Asia Pacific region on sustainable development. It was called the Sustainable Development Report of our university. What we essentially did, and students of the School of Environment and Sustainability should take a look at the report, is that we invited Terry and Mazar, which is an independent audit company, and a law firm, Trust Legal, to essentially look at the functioning of our own university, including our resources, our energy consumption, and all other things that we do on our campus, and benchmark it with the 17 SDGs. They produced a report, and the report actually was released by both the Indian Education Minister and the Environment Minister 2 years ago. And since then, we have been having what we call Sustainable Development Conclave and Sustainability Conclave in different cities in the country, including one in Benares, one in Lucknow, one in Bangalore, one in Chennai, and of course one in Delhi. And typically we invite many individuals in these cities. Now that was part of an effort to not just outreach, but also to build awareness among the wider sections of society, including civil society, think tanks, research institutions, non-governmental organizations, intergovernmental organizations, government agencies, about the need for advancing the cause of sustainable development goals. But we need to do more. And one effort in that regard is our effort to set up the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, launch a new program, an undergraduate program in sustainable development, which has its first cohort this year, but also to be able to engage in research and knowledge creation and advancing publications in a range of issues relating to sustainable development, which our faculty members are already doing. And that work is not only confined to the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability. Our colleagues in the law school, in the business school, in the international affairs school, in the public policy school, in the liberal arts and humanities school, in the journalism school, in the art and architecture school, and other schools are pursuing that work, and we want to build on that work as well. Lastly, I want to say that the work relating to addressing the SDGs is not necessarily a state-led initiative. In fact, one of the remarkable things that the government of India has done, and sometimes people, at times people are cynical about these activities, and when you look around the country in the last, say, 7-8 months or so, there was so much of G20 logos and G20 based activities and G20 initiatives that were promoted. But if you go beyond the rhetoric of that G20 engagement, it was clearly the Honorable Prime Minister of India had a vision, and the vision was, how do we democratize and make the G20 conversations more accessible to ordinary people of India, in the sense that how can we involve and have both the participation and the engagement of people outside the government towards the activities, work and functions of G20. Now this was a very simple but an important question that I am sure he and other colleagues in the government had asked, and the outcome of that effort was to essentially go beyond the narrow confines of foreign policy discussions happening among a bunch of Indian Foreign Service officers, well-meaning ones I'm sure, but also with ministers and people who are engaged in the government, and most of India has no clue essentially as to what they are doing and what it is actually being done. But today we are at a unique moment when the entire framework of addressing the big issues of our time are not only going to be done by the government, it is going to be done by many, many ordinary people, especially the young people of India. And to be able to connect to the young people of India, it is not enough if that work and that activity is led and entirely participated only by the government officials. That was the vision that has resulted in what we have seen in the last 9 months or so, where every airport you visit, every TV channel you watch, every railway station you visit, every plane you take, every type of organizations you visit, there was something, the level of curiosity. I come from a place called Kanyakumari, and the G20 logos are in Kanyakumari as well. They are just all over, and people are actually asking, it is also asking questions and improving their awareness surrounding G20. This is by no small measure having an impact on the interest that has been generated on a range of issues related to G20 itself. Now this is where what we do in universities also become important. Many a time there is a huge gap between the development of theory and the issues surrounding the world of practice, and how they are disconnected with each other. The Sustainable Development Goals as a thematic framework has among the many issues that we end up doing in universities and the world of practice does, this is one such issue where we can work stronger towards bridging the gap between theory and practice. There are very few issues out there where this can be easily resolved, but in relation to SDGs, there is so much that what a university does, what faculty members and researchers do, what students and young leaders can do, and how it can overall help us in the fulfillment of SDGs. And that is why we need to have a more sharper and a more deeply engaged conversations and discussions and debates, seminars, conferences, workshops, policy papers, and reports and publications surrounding the Sustainable Development Goals. So I am personally very, very delighted that we have been able to convene this summit. As I said, this summit will be part of a continuum of many other initiatives that OP Jindal Global University will be doing, sometimes in collaboration with the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, sometimes with our policy school, sometimes with other organizations. I also want to take this moment to thank the Association of Indian Universities for their convening and joint collaboration in this initiative. Dr. Pankaj Mittal has been invited to meet with the Indian Defence Minister as we speak, and hence she's not able to join us, but she sends her regrets. She was here in the morning, and we are grateful to her for the participation and collaboration in this summit. I also want to express my deepest gratitude to the Times Higher Education, both Phil Beatty, who was present online, and Duncan Ross, who was here physically, for not only writing a report and releasing it today, but also to be able to provide leadership and initiative in the entire gamut of universities in relation to addressing the role of impact rankings in this. Many a time the rankings organizations receive a lot of criticism for what they do. In this country also, they've gone through that criticism. People have said for many years, they end up focusing on things that don't matter, and there is so little awareness for them to look at issues that really matter. And as an outcome of that criticism, in response to that criticism, Times Higher Education had come out with this impact rankings, where the usual benchmarks of assessment is not about what you assess, which is scopus, index publications and citations, but to be able to look in a more nuanced manner as to what universities really do and how that will impact the future. So I am indeed grateful to them for this initiative, and thank you for collaborating. With those words, I have great pleasure in welcoming Dr. Virender S. Chauhan, former chairperson of the University Grants Commission, former chairperson of NAC, a distinguished professor of biotechnology and also a Rhodes Scholar, and somebody who has had the longitudinal experience of looking at different types of higher education institutions in India, from liberal arts to humanities to social sciences to STEM, and the whole range of institutions has been part of his work and experience. I am grateful to him for accepting our invitation to deliver the validity address and to speak on a theme that I am personally very fond of, which is science for sustainability and society. Over to you, Dr. Chauhan.
Start with, I'm very happy to be here. Raj, I think you just gave a valedictory lecture, but I'm glad I came when I did, because Mohan and Sudarshan and everybody was having a very clever conversation, but I wish I hadn't come at the same time. I think they talked about very complex, very complicated issue with great facility. I don't have that facility. I'm going to try to stick to, for just next 20 minutes, something what the title says here, science, sustainability. And somebody asked a question, can technology solve the problems that we have? So some of the things that I'm going to say will be unrelated to each other, so they won't be in a sequence. Let me put forward this to you. This will be, let me get for the first what science is, what scientists do, and what scientists cannot do, or what scientists cannot solve. Science is very simply put is to understand how the nature function, period. You see things around you, you see a flower, why a flower is red, I want to find out why it is not black, why it is not green. I go about tools I have of observations, then I look at those tools and try to answer that question. I get infected by a virus or a bacteria. 100 years back, you could not tell me which virus, which bacteria I was infected with. The average life expectancy, this is the impact of science. And some people ask, can science solve the problems or not? In 1900, life expectancy on the planet was 36, 37 years. 100 years on, this is 73 years. As I speak with you, global life expectancy is 73. Huge impact of science. So science, this is what scientists do. But I'm going to mention 3 names to you, which will give you some historical perspective and see if I can put these things together, which is sustainability and society. The first name I'll take is somebody called James Desmond Bernal. I wonder if any one of you have come across this name. If not, if you're interested in science and the science in history, I think that's the person you want to look at. He becomes very relevant today because we talk about scientists can only do this, scientists can only do this. What about the policy makers? And I think, I wonder Sudarshan is still here or not. These things are hugely interconnected. You were rightly saying that you can't touch A without touching B. So that's what Desmond Bernal said. He was born in 1901, he died in 1971. I don't think anybody's written more about science, impact of science and policies than James Bernal. He's a crystallographer from Cambridge, went on to work with 3 Nobel Prize winners, Max Perutz, Dorothy Hodgkin, and William Bragg. These are the biggest name in structural biology. Scientists wanted to just know of things that they around them, what they look like. I think the whole century of 1900 to 2000 went into this fascinating phase of science, that what are things are. So crystallography, whether it's a DNA structure or it's a protein structure, insulin structure, all these got Nobel Prize at different times. Why I mentioned Bernal? Bernal was, you could call him a Marxist if you like. He lived through 2 world wars, World War I, II. He saw how science immediately got serving for the purpose of war. There's no better quantitative study to my mind ever done on the impact of science than what Bernal did. He wrote a book called Social Function of Science and said, and I'll just get off Bernal now, you people can look up, the social function of science is only one, is to serve the society. So anything that a scientist does inherently is economic, political, cultural, has religious backing and so on. I don't have enough time to build this on. Maybe another time we can have a longer lecture on this, but that's what Bernal said. So Bernal would say that no science should be done until it has a political end. And Russians and Chinese, and even today, if you look at Bernal citations, you'll find a lot of Chinese work on what you people are doing. You'll find Bernal quoted many, many times. So Bernal would say to someone like me, Dr. Chauhan, you have no business to work on malaria, you work on this. Same time, while Bernal was saying that, they were discussing Michael Polanyi. The second name I want to take is Michael Polanyi. Michael was Hungarian, came to England, taught economics. He's a physical chemist, again a crystallographer. Everyone was a crystallographer at that time because you wanted to look at the structures. So very briefly, Michael Polanyi totally disagreed with Bernal, and these two were big voices, and said, science can be done best when scientists are left alone to do what they want to do. So the best science or best solution of science or technology was, for example, the LED. or monoclonal antibodies or GPS didn't come because people were looking for them. You don't look out to go and look for incandescent lights will go. There's no bulb. When I grew up, we used bulb which the heat would produce light. So these debates are recorded, and those of you who look at environment and social impact of science and policies should look at these too. Same time when Bernal was saying, and Bernal was very friendly with Russians at that time, so all policies of doing science in Russia and China, and I dare say even in India, Nehru's policy at that time to create CSIR-like structures were dominated by the ideas that the science has a state function which has to solve problems. The other name I want to take is a man called Lysenko. Trofim Lysenko is a Russian agriculture scientist, very big voice with Stalin. And this is what Michael Polanyi had said, that the positivism in science is a real toxic for any knowledge, real toxicity in knowledge. It meant this: I think, or Sudarshan thinks, this is the way things should happen in science, and I know better than anyone. I'm very smart, so when I say everybody listens to me. So science can do this. It has happened in history of science. More than 3,000 Russian biologists were murdered or killed or went to jail in that time. And this all is happening at the same time. They were born roughly in the same period. So these three names become very important, especially when you talk about sustainability. So I'm just going to get these three out of the way because these people have done fundamental work to understand how the policies can be made, how the policies are not made, what is the quantitative effect of this much money should be gone. This is all documented. I move to the next point that I want to make. You look around yourselves. It's been said here, environment or climate is the major problem. And can science solve? Can science provide a sustainable solution to this? Answer seems to be no. Right now, if you see, there are more than 1,000 wildfires in Western Canada, some of them almost reaching to Washington state. You have had floods in Pakistan last year. How many people died? You don't know. You have had floods up here. As I was coming here, 18 bodies, charred bodies were found on Turkish border. And this is again wildfire in Greece, Portugal, highest temperature. So if you were to have a bunch of scientists here, can you find a solution? And I personally think scientists will just raise their hands. I probably can't find a solution. You can't have artificial rain as a solution. So what has happened? So science actually said, that's what I'm trying to emphasize, scientists can only do this much, which is to find out how nature works. Where does the virus come from? What does the virus looks like? Can we make a vaccine? Or then everything is taken over by policy makers or decision makers. And as Sudarshan was, and Mohan was making a point, then it's the behavior of the political systems that you have. And I'll take two more examples here. Let me just finish the point I'm making about what science can do. So science will go out. For example, I'll give you spectacular science movement. Wuhan virus gets declared on 31st of December. By 10th of January, you had the full sequence on the internet. In 10 days, you had the whole sequence of virus. So anybody had access. So this is somebody says, great admirer of internet. All of us at the click of a mouse knew the sequence of the virus. In 10 days, we knew how to do the diagnosis. And of course, the vaccine story, that is power of science. But tell you what science cannot do. We still till today do not know where the virus has come from. That's where the politics comes in. For 1.5 year, WHO teams could not enter a country where the virus grew from. So even as I speak with you, this is what scientists cannot provide. What scientists cannot provide is you can make an mRNA vaccine, Moderna, Pfizer, or whatever. This has university become very important, and let me make that point in running because Raj talked about university's role. Is that more than 10 billion vaccines were produced, and Africa didn't have access to it. Simply didn't have it. We know that. There are countries in the West which had 10 times or 6 times more vaccine they would have ever needed, and many of them didn't use them. They just were thrown. So that part of sustainable on society impact, the science cannot handle. And this we know from the history of many ways. So accessing the fruits of science is an issue which has to be debated with whatever goals do. And I personally say, and I'm old enough to say that I'm washed enough, I don't see any solution coming out of this. You can have Gates Foundation giving money, Gavi giving money, max money. Science could move very, very fast. Science did move very fast. And let me just say the role of university. All the 3 major vaccines that came up very, very quickly had a university lineage. Moderna was working with the NIH, Pfizer was working with T-Bionet in Germany, which came out from a university, and of course Oxford University produced the vaccine. Science can only go that far. Does science has any owe anything to the society? And that's also in the title, with the social function of science. Scientists are not from outside the society. Scientists form a part of society. Is this an inquiry of scientists? I personally feel should be independent of any pressures. No matter, if you are independent of pressure, I think you will produce the best works. There's a danger of people doing the same thing or doing not very good, but the danger has to be looked separately. Science must be free to. What do you owe to the society? As we grew, see, when oxygen was being discovered or magnetism was being discovered, or today James Webb telescope is creating pictures, I think that part of science is, for a lot of people, not even known. I don't know how many of you followed what James Webb Space Telescope does today. What it does is a spectacular work. In fact, those of you interested in astronomy must look at it. Does it have any impact with social relevance, sustainability, or society? I think you do it for yourself. Find out. But it's asking a fundamental question: where did we all come from? How many galaxies there are? How small, tiny, little speck bubble this Earth is? How insignificant in this large world we are? It just puts you into perspective. So please look up James Webb telescope, which is going around the sun, 1.5 million kilometers away from where we are, and so on and so forth. So as I said, it'll be disconnected. So accessing the fruits of science is something which I am deeply concerned about. For example, you have CAR T cell therapy now. A lot of cancer patients in America and will have access to it. You have first gene therapy, which FDA has improved. This is what science can do, can bring it to society, can find solution. But how large part of the world simply will not be able to access it. So science, inquiry, results, and access becomes a serious problem. So here again I'll say to Mohan and to Sudarshans of this world, is I personally, where I stand as a scientist, I don't see any solutions coming out. So as I speak with you, something very important taking place in South Africa, and this is the BRICS conference, which now trying to figure out a bigger order. Does science care? Or does meetings care about science? Answer is yes. Because those decisions will become very, very important. Who accesses what, to what level. And access is something that we have seen. Take, for example, case of where solution exists. India has 27% of all tuberculosis cases. We know this for years. I know it from, I'm this old. There's a huge push from Indian government, including the Prime Minister initiative, that we should reduce it to manageable level, let's say to, of course, PM would have said eradicate it, because we have this, you have the drugs, you know how to look at TB, you can just screen the whole country, put your policy in place, and get rid of tuberculosis. 5 years on, the amount of TB is exactly where it was. So where do you find solution? Where is the sustenance of the society and science will come together? This is my personal opinion. I'm going to say something which is very personally, which I have observed. And this is, I think, our Prime Minister articulated in COPA 26 or 27, I forgot, I think it's COPA 26. Unless, and I firmly believe in this, unless the personal behaviors of people who inhabit this earth undergo a change, including all of you, young. If it doesn't happen at a personal level, panchayat level, then a nagar level, then at a state level, I personally don't think there's any solution to these problems. What do I mean by the personal solution? So if tuberculosis is a problem, can we create a model whereby society itself gets involved? Because solutions are there. It's not something which is needed to be solved. You have the solution. The same for diabetes or whatever. There are many solutions are there. If we personally don't, if I move from place A to B and I use a SUV that doesn't drive, and those who use large SUVs, please don't mind my saying it, doesn't run more than 5 kilometers or 6 kilometers to a gallon. I still drive a Maruti. Unless we actually get down to that level, we're not going to solve those problems. Then you can tell somebody else to solve problem. Some government policy should problem. So I'm just going back and I'm going to wind up. Science, spectacular power. I haven't even talked about CRISPR. You'll hear a lot about CRISPR. You're going to hear so much about AI and CRISPR that next 5 years will be taken over. So you can misuse CRISPR as much as you want, but you have a solution of producing huge amount of agriculture produce in much more intelligent manner. Possible, doable, probably will happen, but CRISPR will be misused. I'm sure all of you seen Oppenheimer recently, and there's one movement when Oppenheimer has understood the power of an atom and knows exactly that if you destroyed, if you broke down, you'll be huge energy. And the President of America is saying, why are you so worried? You didn't drop the bomb. If you remember all those years, I dropped the bomb. Your job was to produce this. So science would produce and will continue to produce, because scientists are curious, will continue curious, will find solution. Will those solutions be accessible, or will be used, or will be utilized by policymakers? Personally, I seriously doubt. I don't want to end my lecture on a negative note. Today is an amazing day, especially for India. I think in next 20-25 minutes, you may have something which put Indian science ahead of so many other sciences. I just hope all of you would agree. We pray that we actually land on moon. Who can argue what's the point of landing on moon? Anybody can say why, what will happen. I mean, you land in moon, go to Mars, go to, our problems are different. But I think these are different verticals. Going to moon is a scientific curiosity, technological advancement. What it be used for, I think the future will say. But right now, I'm absolutely breathless I just hope Chandrayaan 3 actually lands softly and has slightly better legs than I have and takes the impact of this. So I'm going to just wind this up by saying that science does have a social responsibility, but you can't tell science what to do. Science will progress best, as Michael Poliani said, when science is done for the sake of science. In fact, mRNA vaccine is not vaccine produced against COVID-19. mRNA vaccine came from the original came from how do bacteria defend themselves against viruses. That was the inquiry, done in California, done in a university setting. When viruses attack bacteria, how do bacteria defend? They found there's a RNA, which is CRISPR. The next question is, can RNA be delivered inside a cell? So answer is no. When I was a graduate student, we'll say it's too fragile. It'll never get into cell and produce protein. But some people believe that it can. And rest is history. Today you will have cancer vaccine. And days not very far when you begin to have vaccines we've never heard of. HIV vaccine, malaria vaccine. And so science progress will be there. But so I finally say that accessing the results of science, making policies by countries which have exploited the rest of the world, incessant for all the time to come. Will that change? Will that order change? I don't know. I hope it happens when I'm still alive. Future is in your hand. The tools will be there. Tools. I mean, I haven't even mentioned AI because that's a totally different word altogether. The tools will be there. Tools to solve problem will be there. But I've been finding that tools have been there for a very long time for very many things. Sudarshan said DDT removed all the malaria, but malaria came back spectacularly in India. I mean, my very final comment I want to make: humans have to learn. They don't respect each other. We know that. You can see this. We always kill each other. We find better way of killing each other. As I speak with you, at least in 20 locations, humans are physically killing people. But that passing, everybody knows that. But humans don't respect what is the rest of the evolutionary world is. It doesn't respect insects. It doesn't respect viruses, it doesn't respect bacteria. Should we respect bacteria? I think we should respect all forms of sciences and should not think, and I think our end game with humans will be, if I were to say, is this our arrogance. Arrogance of the two-legged animal over huge diversity of life probably will see the end of us. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope next generation will learn that in this planet, a huge amount of bats have to live. Animals have to live. They all have to live. If you destroy their habitat, you will do it a danger. That's why you will have you'll have a virus like COVID-19. And there's absolutely no reason why you should not have a pandemic 5 years from now. You check from 1970 onwards, every 10 years we have a pandemic. Every 10 years. You have HIV, you have Zika, you had Ebola, you had SARS-1, SARS-2. Why would you not have SARS-3, SARS-4 if you cut all the Amazon because you want to live better or economy? So I think environment, climate, I personally think solutions are there. I think governments should take note. I think government will not take the note. And that's where the planet is in your hands. Really, we would move on. It's entirely in your hand. Read carefully. Force yourself into your governments, into policy maker. But more than government, I think this is a personal behavior of all of us. How much we consume, how much should we consume, how measure what the consumption levels will be, individual level, family level, your society level. That's the solution only, I think. Let's hope Chandrayaan-3 lands in next 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I invite Professor Padmanabha Ramanujam to deliver the vote of thanks.
So we are ending this conference, but let me just tell you a poster that I read when I took a walk with Raj at Rollins College. They put up a poster which said that scientists may want to clone a dinosaurs, but it could be humanities or the discipline of humanities which could say it's a bad idea. Right. I agree with you, sir. Science and technology may not have all the problems, and we can't search for solutions in science and technology. I think the talk and the lecture delivered by you was so engaging. I think we're going to go back and read all the authors that you have mentioned and the references that you have given. First of all, let me take this honor in thanking you, sir. Thank you so much for coming here, engaging us. I think we've come a full circle. We started with how universities can influence SDG. We thought, is there an argument beyond SDG? And we have come back to science. Is that a solution for SDG? We've come a full circle, and thanks to you and for your engaging lecture. And I'm also very grateful for the THE, who are our co-host, Association of Indian Universities. I'm also very grateful to the center, which is headed by Mohan. I'm also thankful for all the panel speakers, Tarun Giridhar, Atul Khosla, Ritika Chanda, Gaurav Shri Ganesh, Professor Vaslin, Professor Sudarshan, Matthew Johnson, Moli Shri, Raki Malik. I think, we should give a round of applause to all the panel speakers. I'm very grateful to Duncan, who gave a beautiful presentation in the afternoon, who engaged the audience. I think that session was also very interesting, very useful. I would really want to thank Phil Beatty for coming in the morning and Duncan for being here. So we should give a round of applause to Duncan. I have to say that this entire conference was conceptualized by my Vice Chancellor. He always makes us do things. I head the Office of Ranking, and I really liked the idea when he said that we should do this. I really want to keep telling that please keep pushing us, Professor Raj, and whatever you say, whatever you do, I think it conceptualizes into great ideas. I really want to take this opportunity in thanking Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar for absolutely conceptualizing this from end to end. Dean Mohan, I cannot thank him enough, for wonderfully moderating the session. And also, when he was moderating, I was thinking he's speaking and moderating. So thank you, Mohan, for your wonderful discussions. A lot of people have put effort for this conference. I really want to thank from the Office of Vice Chancellor, Neha Gupta, Ankit, they all worked really hard. I also want to thank my own Office of Academic Governance, Mayank, Riddhima, Sneha, Anandika, so they all worked very hard. I would want to take this opportunity inviting Raj to felicitate our guest, Dr. Chauhan. And again, huge round of applause to the entire Jindal School of Environmental Science faculty, students. I am really grateful to you. I have to mention, I have served this university, but I've not seen wonderful students. You're absolutely wonderful, and I look forward to having you in more events. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Avirup Bose, for bringing them here and agreeing to. I think they had no class today, so I hope it was useful. Duncan is here. Thank you, Duncan, as well. Thank you.
भाई स्मार्ट लग रहे हो भाई यार तन्ने भाई क्या स्मार्ट लग रहे हो